Clint, anything I forgot?
No, I'll just say if you can maybe try to keep that back by you and
Yeah.
somebody.
I'll hang on to it and run the mic as needed. So.
A little bit awkward in that we're using the microphone so we can feed it into the recording. But don't forget you're talking to the room, and so you may have to enunciate a little more than you might think talking into a microphone that's not amplifying. So we'll deal with the awkwardness of that and figure it out. So I do want to say Paul and I have had a weird back and forth relationship in the sense that I was the EC in Story County. Paul became my assistant. Then Paul became District 1 DEC, and so then he was my boss. And then now I'm section emergency coordinator, and he's assistant. So we've kind of been flip-flopping on hierarchy. So if I go ahead.
I have to be careful what I delegated because it might get delegated back to me as his assistant.
Yes, we've bounced that a few times. That things get bounced back and forth, but appreciate everything Paul's done for me. How's our logistics going, Jason? We good? Okay, we're going to talk a little bit more about all this in another section here. Let's see, where are we at? Barry, do you have any more comments you'd like to make?
I'm just happy to see everybody here today, and this is great that we're trying to advance the ARES knowledge base and experience, and you guys are here for leadership, and that's great because we need a lot of it. And you know, some county, I hear all these stories from everywhere. Some counties are doing great, some clubs are doing great, some other ones are in not so great a shape, and I'm trying to work with some of them to get them going. So if anybody does need help with something, please reach out and I'll see what I can do. I don't have any huge insight or power over headquarters to make them do things, but if there's something I can do in this section in the state here, I will certainly try and help you out. I want to jump the gun here, but I'll talk more about the Red Cross stuff. I'm interested in promoting that as well. So
yeah, I think we'll put that in the section on expanding the mission.
I'm good. Thank you all.
Yeah, thanks, Barry. All right. Anything before we get into our first unit? Oh, Jason, you did sneak in the middle on me.
I did sneak in on everybody.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Jason, NR0X, EC for Jones County. I apologize for being late, but travel is a little slower than usual for me.
Just keep that near you.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for coming in, Jason. And what county were you in?
Jones County.
Okay. Good. And who do you have with you?
I thought you were going to get out of this or not.
I am Holly, NR0DX, also Jones County. No fancy titles or anything. I'm just kind of here along for the ride.
Thank you for coming. Okay, so the first thing we want to talk about is task books, and we've had a lot of discussion through the section over the last few years and through the nation for, it seems like 6 or 8 years. The ARRL's been sort of bouncing this idea in different versions. And I think the version they've sort of settled on seems like a really good compromise. I know there's been some efforts over the years in Iowa to kind of make it our own. And so, you know, our point of view on the task book was it's only valuable if it's standard for everybody. Because if everybody has their own, then you don't know which version of the people you're getting trained to what level. And so I think we need to kind of decide on a certain level of a task book and move forward with that, implement some policy. And so we'll get into the individual items of the task book, but as a leadership team, we've sort of developed some training standards for Iowa of what we'd like to do. And so one of the things we're going to say is that version 3 of the task book, July of 2024, is going to be the official Iowa version. So If they decide to adopt a new one, we'll stick with this until we make a decision that we want everybody to update. So that way you're not constantly chasing if there's any more updates that come. We can kind of settle on a version. And so we'll do that. One of the things that we've decided as a group that will be a bit controversial is that we want to make level 1 taskbook completion a requirement for any member in Iowa. If we can't have some sort of minimal training requirement for everybody to have just a very basic understanding of what some of these terms are, I think we're doing a disservice to our served agencies if we have people show up and can't speak the language, don't know what the incident commander is, don't know what the logistics unit is. There's just some very basic understandings that come from some of these trainings that we think are going to be valuable. So that's something that we had a lot of debate and really decided that level 1 is not that big of an ask to expect from that. And then I think, did somebody remind me, because I just drew a blank, did we decide if we're going to have the ECs meet a different level? Do we settle on that? Anybody remember? Because I don't. We talked about it. So that's coming. I think we still need to get that in writing, what we want to do there. I don't know if that's level 2, level 3, one of those two, but kind of expecting that an EC is going to have to be a little higher on that list of requirements. And so talking about the items in the task book, some of the stuff in there, we want to make everything required. We don't want to remove any items. We don't want to allow an EC to be able to remove an item. It has to be a standard that everybody can hold to. But we're not opposed to additions for your local team. So if you have a county radio system that you want your people to understand, you can implement a requirement to learn the local county radio system. We're going to implement a requirement that everybody have a very basic understanding of how the 700 megahertz systems in Iowa work, so that if you get asked, hey, can you help me with this, you have at least a minimal understanding of what a trunked radio system is, what is, how is that infrastructure built together, and how some of the linking works. So we don't have a definitive requirement yet on what training course that is. The state is developing some more stuff. And so I anticipate in the future we'll have, a link to go watch this YouTube video, and that will be the training, or we'll have them give us training, we'll record it, and we'll have our own training. So that's somewhat coming, but that will be an expectation that we'll have some basic understanding of the statewide system. Eric.
So Lynn County Emergency Management wants us to have 100, 200, 700, and 800 as requirements. Right now, 2 and 800
are encouraged. Is there any
level 1?
Yeah. Is there any thought about making those required? Because
what I would say is for your county, that then becomes an addition to it. So the basic task book remains encouraged. Your local county requires it.
Yeah.
That then becomes a requirement for your local.
And the reason they're requiring it is for their rationale is FEMA reimbursement. They've got to show a minimum training level for people, and that's part of it. So.
Yeah, if it comes out that to be a Lynn County ARES member, you have to have a level 2 task book completed, then that's what the requirement is. If you have to be level 1 and the 2 additional courses, that's an alternative way to do that.
Yeah.
But that's something that we support. We would like to know about that and agree to it, so that I don't think we're going to stand in anybody's way if they want to implement that. But I would prefer to have that run by the leadership teams so we can be aware of what's happening. And that's sort of in the policy that we're going to publish after the meeting of where some of these additions are going to come from.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's too big an ask to make those 2 required for the basic position, period.
Yeah, they are all online, and so it's some hours of training online and an online exam. It's open
Yeah.
book. It's not a big
Yeah,
hurdle.
FEMA got turned back on, what, yesterday or the
Yeah.
day before? So.
Yeah, Laura, thank you for posting that link. So it's good to see that they got their training course back online. So you could always take the classes. I didn't think you could pass the exam before, so that's good. Does that kind of answer your question, Eric?
Yeah, I guess. I just, add that to my wish list of,
So your wish list would be to have level 2 required statewide? Is that kind of where?
well, just 100, 200, 700, and 800.
Okay, so it's not the task book, it's just those 4 courses?
Right.
Yeah. And that really is the minimum for any
It
other response.
really is.
Is those 4 courses from any other group? Yes.
So, does each state, I'm new to this, does each state make up their own requirements? We don't follow like a national requirement?
If you stick with ARES long enough, you're going to figure out that ARRL is really loose on what they want to impose. I've asked in the past about if we had a member that we needed to remove and what the ARRL's policy was, and they basically said an EC can remove any member for any reason at any time. They wanted no ownership of membership level, mostly for liability purposes, I believe. And so, yeah, each state can set what their member policy is,
And this task book is the ARRL's national standard. So just to be clear, this did come from the ARRL. We are adopting it as the basic minimum standard. So if you go out and look for ARRL version 3, you'll find some older ones on there, but look specifically for version 3, you'll get the version that Jason's got on the screen.
Yeah. And that was linked in the meeting announcement that went out last week. Barry.
So, excuse me. So the thing about headquarters and ARES and also a number of other things. I will say that headquarters has so many things going on, and I want to email lists for all kinds of announcements of things across the country that are coming in. There's some very, very big things being done locally and regionally across the country, and the ARL would love to have those propagated to other areas, but they don't have the resources. Headquarters doesn't exactly have me by the throat and shake me and say, you must do this. The field organization and headquarters they're apples and oranges. They're not apples and rocks, but they're not tightly linked together as you might think. So things like the training to go with the task book, there's no standing army at headquarters that we can call on and say, hey, go revise that task book and get it up to date with something else. There's nobody home there. There's one guy keeping track of ARES, and I think his phone rings a lot. So you kind of have to have the proper understanding of what capabilities there are at headquarters, and that's why things get delegated down, because they can't have their finger in every pie across the country.
Yeah. So to put it in context, they've provided us with a task book that is completely optional. We as a section could decide we're going to write our own task book and adopt our own task book if we wanted. We've decided that this meets our needs, and so we're going to use what they provided us. Other states are going to do their own thing. They're going to implement their own requirements. They may take this, delete a section off that they don't feel is important, and that's their task book. We're not going to delete anything because we just think it takes value away from the document. And so that's sort of the bar that we've set, is that we feel level 1 is requirement for all members. We are probably going to have some holdouts that say, you are not going to force me to training. I am not going to go take an online course. There's opportunities to do it through a local jurisdiction, like your local EMA can provide training and sign off on that, and that isn't acceptable. They will issue a certificate from the agency, and FEMA accepts those, and we will accept those. I know that I've had a conversation with one of the assistant Polk EMA staff, and they said that they're planning on I'm working with John, one of Jason's assistants, KC0RAM. They're going to basically hold local 100, 700 training and issue an agency certificate. So if not giving your government ID to the government is a problem, then there's an alternative to getting around that training requirement if you don't want FEMA to know who you are. We'll try to be as accommodating as possible, but in the end, it's just an expectation from served agencies that we have a minimum level of training. And it's what separates us from somebody who walks in off the street and says, I stopped at Walmart, I picked up some Motorola radios, I'm going to put the batteries in them, and then I can handle all your communications. We need to be above that and show that we're responsible and committed. And I think that the task book is a step towards having that credibility with those agencies. So let me see what else I had on this. Okay, so sign-off authority. What we really want to do is implement a policy where the district coordinators have completed their task books, and then once they complete an item, they can sign off on that item to the ECs. And once an EC has completed an item, then they can sign off on their members. That's not always been very clear on who does task book sign off. It's not really in the book that says what that is. So we're going to kind of establish that hierarchy that you may not have level 3, but you've completed some of the items in that. And so therefore, as an EC, you could sign off on other members' tasks. So it's going to take us a little bit of time to get everybody sort of cascaded down. And if you signed off on stuff in the past, we're not going to make you start over. Just be comfortable that the things that are claimed to have been signed off are legitimate. And if you question whether somebody really, a previous EC signed off on this, and I'm like, would you mind showing me quickly that you can do that? I would encourage you to, police it a little bit, but don't get militant about it. But that's sort of the system we want, is that how do you sign off that somebody knows how to do something if you haven't had it signed off on your own and had somebody check? So we're sort of implementing, that's how the task book sign off in the rest of the FEMA world works, is that you have to have someone who's credentialed in that thing be the task book sign off for other people that are in a trainee position. So any questions on kind of how task book sign off is going to work? Yes.
So I don't have an EC in my county.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Don't have a DEC either.
You do not.
So who can someone else in a nearby county sign off on my book, or
Yes.
do I need to go to you?
No, I would say that it can be anybody on the leadership team, another EC in a county 2 counties away if you're working with them, and if they're comfortable with signing off, we would accept that. Especially in your case where you don't have an EC in your county. What we don't want are people like shopping around and saying, well, my buddy 3 counties away will just sign off on everything, so I'm going to go around my EC that I don't like. No. We don't want that, but in your situation, we want you to go to the next level above or an adjacent team if you don't have one. Yeah, we want to be reasonable about it, but we also want to be responsible about it. Any other questions on that? Okay.
More of a comment.
Yeah.
So I've been using the task book. We have monthly meetings for usually a couple hours, and I've been using the task book as kind of a training guide. So for the intermediate level, there's some things on here that are encouraged, like the, I'm looking at it here, solder connections to coax and put power poles on cables and stuff. We've had hands-on build sessions where people brought in their equipment and, lengths of coax and whatever, and we did it at a meeting, and then we could sign off on all that stuff. Yeah. And there was a lot of really good camaraderie and mentoring, and some people learned to solder who had never soldered before, and that kind of thing. So there's some people who are going to need help accomplishing these items, and that was a really effective way to do it.
Yeah. No, I highly encourage what Eric is doing as a model for the rest of our counties and our teams to come together as a group and teach each other and work through it and support each other, because it's going to build team camaraderie, and it's going to build the skills on the team that can function and do those things. So it's not just something you did once, it's a structure, and you know how to do it right. So yeah, I really appreciate that concept, and I encourage people to do that. Barry?
So I'm very interested in taking success stories and propagating them somehow. So I think the first thing I'm going to say is, if you're not on that Groups IO for ARES, by all means get signed up there, because that's the common place to communicate. And if you need help with something, I don't want to bring soldering irons to wherever. But if there's training on the task book that somebody sees on YouTube, that's a good one. Let's get that out there so that other people can pick that up. And you know, maybe we need to do a Zoom some evening of the first 10 pages or something. I don't know what, but if you need help, let's talk about what kind of help you need and how we can go about getting something.
Yeah, I very much plan on having the task book items drive some of our YouTube calls, and I'm going to get into that later on one of the subject items today. But that is a concept that I think we need to encourage, is looking through that list and providing training, especially what is conducive to doing it on an online session. I don't think you're really going to get a lot out of me sitting in my shack trying to put on a power poles. I think that's better suited to an in-person activity. Gary?
I downloaded the task book and started filling it out, but I don't know if that's valid. Does someone with an EC or above have to assign that to me and start it, or how does that work?
I don't think we're going to have that much structure. I think it's just you started, and when you've got items that you're comfortable with having signed off, either that you have a certificate that you can present and say, here, I completed these trainings, or I am proficient at putting on a power pole, here, show, take it in and demonstrate doing one in front of somebody. That's really what it needs to be. A lot of that structure language comes down from what a COM-L and a COM-T task book is, and that your home unit, your local fire station, your local EMA that you're currently a firefighter at, will start that and assign that to you. And so that's where they're stealing that language. I don't think it's actually I don't think it should be there. I don't think we need to assign somebody a task book and have some of those pages at the beginning, but they just copied and pasted that from the FEMA task books, and so that's in there. I personally wouldn't have left all that stuff in there, because I think it is confusing on how do we start the task book. Do you get it assigned to you? What's your home unit? And so, yeah, we're dealing with some confusion. I don't think we need to have that much formality to it. Yep. Okay. Let's see. So like we mentioned earlier, I do think that a county level, there will be some additions to the task book that your local group will want you to do. And so that'll be interesting. If you're in one of the counties that's using a VHF radio system and paging, they may want you to understand that type of a system in addition to what we want you to learn on the statewide system. Paul?
Do you want to talk through, just briefly, since we got a lot of leadership in the room, what that approval process to add the requirements to the task book for that particular county or district would be?
Yeah, I think it's just send an email to your district coordinator, or if you don't have a DEC, then send it to me, and just say, I'm proposing this addition. And it'll just be an email response back, yeah, that looks good. I don't think it needs to be anything crazy. That we need to do online submittal or any other formal process. But it's just one of those, we just want to make sure that we're comfortable with the stuff that's going on. And honestly, what's going to happen is we may decide, yeah, that's a good idea enough that we want to implement that statewide. That's probably what's going to happen more often than not, is that we're going to steal the idea. So, yeah. Okay. record keeping. We're going to have to implement a statewide system, really, to log all this. I don't know what that look like. Probably some sort of hosted Google form that the ECs will log who gets completed, so that when Barry does his level 1 task book, we can enter it in the system. We know, hey, he's got level 1 completed, he's certified, and just so we can track that. I think there's some value in having a section-wide list of who's completed, who's a member. Because right now, I really don't know who are members. I have a list of people that are on the groups.io email reflector, but I don't know if they're a member. I can guarantee you that counties have a lot more members than are getting those emails. And so there's just really not a repository for ARES members yet. And so I think that this tool that we want to build will serve multiple functions. I think eventually it'll get to the point where if we have something happen and there may or may not be an EC in a county and they probably don't have enough help to cover the incident, then we have a pool, a way to pull people and say, okay, who's in the area that has these skills? Let's reach out to them and see if they can deploy. I'd like to look at doing, I think it's a MAT team. There's a concept in here somewhere about a mobile team that will deploy and go multiple counties. And I think we eventually want to build out to that concept of if you want to be on a deployable team, there's a higher level expectation and preparedness that comes with that. So that'll also be a way to document who's in that level. So future plans, big picture, down the road stuff, that's really running, and we're trying to crawl right now with some of this. Okay. So I think that's my list of the policy, kind of running through that. So let's go into the individual task book items. Jason's been scrolling through here a bit. If you want to kind of head back to the top, I just want to breeze through this thing. Actually, the first page, we can just go through it page by page. I don't plan on reading it or anything, but just kind of go through if nobody's ever seen this. This page is almost copy-paste from a COM-L, COM-T task book. I'm not that excited about having all those details perfect, so don't get worked up on that. It's just really, we want to know whose task book it is if you leave it on the table to that point. Maybe someday we'll get to the point where we actually have an EC sort of start you off with an initial interview and say, okay, if you're going to start doing this, this is what you need to expectations, explain the policy, do that initial sign off, but we're not formalizing that yet. We're not ready for that. So go ahead. What do we got next? Yeah, so there's just some generic stuff on what task books are and how the different structure is. And so I think we buy into that. We're going to supplement it with our own policy. So there's nothing too exciting on these. Talks about different levels, expectations, responsibilities. Keep going. And there's a notes page. There's a lot of extra pages if you want to insert stuff. Okay, so level 1, the requirements are really 100 to 700. Attain a task book and join an ARES group. And then the fifth one, basic MCOM course. Okay, so that's probably the biggest hurdle on that whole thing. I think 100 to 700 are easier than actually doing the basic MCOM course, and that's by no means difficult. I find that very valuable for somebody who's real new. I think that you get a lot of the introductory about what it is to be an ARES member, what are the expectations. And so you just do that online through the ARRL. And then the 6th requirement is to have a ham license. And so you may work with like a CERT team in your area and they've got some GRMS people and you kind of, you have some cross-pollination there, but they can't be an ARES member if they don't have a license. That's a basic requirement from the top down. That's not actually in the task book only. That is, if you go to the ARES website at headquarters, there's 2 requirements to be minimally ARES in anywhere, and it's to volunteer and to have a license. And so those are the two requirements. So we have to have ARES members have licenses. So it's kind of a gray area. You can't really have people assisting you that aren't licensed. They can't represent ARES because they can't be a member. And so I don't want to get into that a whole lot more than that, but just kind of that concept is there that we need to recognize. And so the R's are the required, the E's are encouraged. Yes, I was going to say expected. And so we encourage 100, 200 on here. And then optional is Skywarn training, and that's twice a year. Barry.
Just a quick comment. Some people around state want to be ECs for their county and things. You have to be an ARL member because it's an ARL appointment. So they can't appoint somebody who's not a member. And that's been a bump in the road once or twice.
Yep. We have, I know at least one EC who's not a member, and I haven't been able to get them to email me back, call me back. And so they're not really the EC in that county, even though everybody else thinks they are, because they aren't an ARRL member. We can't put them into the position. And so, there's some of that stuff we're going to have to chase down, but that's just, it's their program. They set the rules. You have to be an ARRL member to be an EC or above. So, sorry, I said twice a year. I meant every other year for the Skywarn training. So that's the basic requirements. I don't think that's too big of an ask to basically get everybody up and at a minimum level of training. Yes?
The FEMA classes, I'm getting a fair amount of pushback. Oh, excuse me, thank you. I'm getting a fair amount of pushback from my members there about doing this stuff online. And to some extent, I agree with them. I didn't grow up learning stuff online. I'm one of the older generation. Would it be possible for somebody to set up an online Zoom session, classroom environment type thing, that I could have my members go join that session and do their training in that manner?
Yes. Honestly, I don't care if you can get your EMA or even you to hold an in-person classroom session and go through the question pool.
I was thinking maybe on a state level.
Potentially, we can ask. I can ask my contacts at Homeland Security at Iowa Homeland Security if they would be willing to host that, or potentially if Polk does it, maybe they're willing to stream it and we can all participate that way. The key with what Polk is doing is that they're going to have the testing in the room, versus if anybody else did it, you'd still have to log in online and complete the exam. They don't really care how you study the material, they just want you to complete the exam.
Yeah.
And so, I think that's very reasonable to do a hybrid approach of you teach the material locally. We've actually done that in Story County. Our EMA had a meeting at the hospital, and he stood up there and he went through all the material, and then we told everybody, bring a mobile device, a laptop, a tablet, whatever. Here's the Wi-Fi password. Everybody log in now and take your test. Okay. And that was really successful the way we did that.
The impression I'm getting is that it's not so much, taking the test as it is just learning the material. And
Right.
I have to agree with them. I don't learn that well from a screen. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but that's put me in a classroom and I'll do a whole lot better.
Yeah.
So if we could do something like that, the hybrid approach is really a good idea as well.
Yeah. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you.
As far as people not wanting to do the training, I've dealt with some real cranks over the last year who absolutely were really upset with me and my ego trip of wanting people to be trained. And so they're not ARES members. But for the online classes, there is an option for each one to download the transcript as a PDF, which I found far more useful than having to be online, because then I could look at it on my computer at my own pace, or you could print it out. So try downloading the transcript for some people, because that helped me immensely, because I don't like reading on screens either. Because then I could read it. All right, that didn't make any sense. Now I could read it, and I'm not having to click through 200 slides. I could just scroll on a PDF.
I'm more of an oral learner.
Yeah.
Somebody reads it out loud to me, I'll get it a lot better.
And I'm the opposite. I've got to read it. My wife talks to me all the time, and I have no idea what she said. And I'm like, you really need to write this down because I already forgot who you were. But yeah, there is an option for each one for downloading the transcript for like hard of hearing people, and I found that extremely useful.
Eric does bring up a good point. We are going to have some cranks who just do not like this concept. And I'm sort of the opinion that if they've got that kind of attitude, is that really somebody we want out there as our presenting our face of the organization and how we respond to help out? And so it's sort of gonna help us, weed out the troublemakers that may cause us problems down the road if they're not willing to do these minimal things. So, yeah. Where were we?
You were looking through level 1.
Oh yeah, okay. It was on the screen. Yeah, thank you, Jason. So that's level 1, first page. Pop down to the next page for me. Copy of your license. Doesn't have to be official copy. It doesn't have to be the whole page. Can be the small one, the big one, whatever. Just something so we know that you have a license and we can look at and compare that if we need to look it up for some reason. So I think your license has your FRN on it, and that's probably valuable to know what that number is. So that's, doesn't have to be a great copy, just something.
The FCC website,
You can download the official copy and a reference copy.
Yeah,
That
we don't need the official copy, just a reference copy. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. We're not. So here's the section unit training requirements, and that's where we're going to insert a yet to be determined statewide system training of some sort on the 700 megahertz system. It's just so ubiquitous. It's going to be used on every single incident that we're getting called out to. They're going to have mutual aid. That's the system that everybody's using. So we need to understand how that works. I don't think we have a defined policy, but we should probably talk about timelines of how long we expect. I really would hope that in 6 months we'll have everybody at level 1. I think that's going to be a reasonable expectation, assuming that everybody can get level 1 through the ARRL, that training. If that happens to go down or whatever, we're going to accommodate that. But that's sort of the goal for this. At the point where we implement a formal 700 megahertz requirement for training, then we'll probably put a 6-month clock on that everybody will, even if you're already level 2 certified, we want you to go back and get this extra item added to your task book and signed off. So nothing too unreasonable, but just kind of what we're thinking. So there's probably not going to be a lot of additions on these extra pages, at least for the short term. So there you can attach your transcripts there. I like to print 2 per page because it just saves space, and so my task book has a copy of my certificates, and they're printed front and back 2 per page, so that gives me 4 per piece of paper. We don't need to hang them on the wall. We just need to know that they were completed. And so once that's completed, then we'll get task book sign off, and you'll get your level 1 certification. Not that there's a certificate, but okay. So intermediate level. So here we're duplicating 100, 200, and we're adding in 700 and 800 for level 2. And then they're also requiring net participation once per quarter. And so that could be an ARES event at a bike race. It could be a monthly ARES net on the repeater. It could be an HF net that you log into, digital voice, whatever. It's a pretty low bar to find a net and join. And then the other requirements are program tone into an HT and program frequency and offset into a radio. I don't know that that's a requirement on how you do it. I personally would like to see everybody be able to do it from the keypad, because the concept is you got to sign somewhere and they decided to bring in another frequency or a deployable repeater or whatever, and we need you to get your equipment up to speed on that. And so if the cable and the laptop is at home, that is going to be a struggle for you. If you're a a surplus commercial equipment guy and you really like carrying your Motorola radio, then you probably better carry your laptop and your cable to go with that and your deployable kit so that you can add that to your radio. If that's your system, great. If you have a traditional amateur radio and you can program it from the keypad, that works too. So I'm not going to dictate that it has to be keypad programmable, but I would encourage you to look at that for your members. Can you do it on the keypad, or do you have the equipment to do it pretty handily? The last requirement was the 213 message. So write and send a 213. There's going to be a lot of heartburn on radiogram versus 213. Served agencies are using 213s for their formal messages. That's what we need to respond with. You give them a radiogram and they're going to be like, yeah, that's great. Can you put it onto a 213 for me? I've seen them do it. So that's just what their expectation is. We need to use their level. Eric.
So at one of our monthly meetings, it was specifically for writing and sending a 213, and we just had people pair up in the room and practice just transmitting the message across the table to each other by voice. And it was, the message isn't important. It was like, what's your favorite color? That's not important. It was the familiarization with filling out the form. And there are 213s that are embedded in radiograms. There's forms for that, but that's kind of getting deeper. And if you use like WinLink or some of the other messaging programs, they'll embed 213s in them as well. But the physical paper, the 213 as a message form kind of sucks. It's just about the bare minimum. But write and send a 213 is pretty vague, if you ask me, so we just did it. Practice filling out the form across the table with a partner.
And there's a reason why they're requiring 213s, is because they're getting FEMA reimbursement, and there's also some liability requirements that if some agency implements their own standard form and then there's a legal issue down the road, they can say, hey, you're not following best standard practices, and so now all of a sudden you could be liable for something because you decided to buck the system and do your own thing versus the national established standard. So.
FEMA won't pay you.
Right, yeah, they can't get their reimbursement.
You can't get reimbursed.
The system. Yep. So it's important to the cert agencies that we just use their system. So are there any more requirements on here?
Intermediate and common.
Okay. So.
Quick question, if I may.
Yep.
They don't have to finish the basic before you start checking them off.
Correct. Yeah, you can sprinkle your way through it. You're just not going to get a certification level until you complete all of the requireds in that section. Yep. So I missed the intermediate MCOM course from the ARES. That one is still available online, and so that one you can complete. And then I think the rest of this is encouraged or recommend optional. So we've got IS 802. Which is ESF2. Basically what that is more of, at a county emergency operations center, they have ESF positions around the room. And so there's one for law enforcement, there's one for logistics, there's one for medical, and there's one, ESF2 is communications. And so every emergency operations center is going to have somebody responsible for communications. Now they might be wearing 5 other hats because there's only 4 people in the room, but that is a defined role, is somebody is responsible for communications for that incident. And so they want to explain how that looks from an EOC perspective versus the incident out in the field. And if you don't understand the differences in how those work, that's again where these courses come in and explain that there's the out in the field incident commander, people doing things, and then 10 miles away, there's a bunch of people sitting around drinking coffee in the air conditioning who's doing the EOC stuff and coordinating between the local incident in the field and Homeland Security and Central Iowa providing assistance and resources and bringing them in and taking them out. So that's really where we want you to understand all of that. And that's where a lot of this training comes in. Again, Skywarn training. So they like to repeat some of the training. There's a consistency issue in here where they repeat things and then they don't repeat things. and I didn't quite understand why they did that, but you'll see it if you start getting into it, that you sign off on some things multiple times and other things you get it the first time and you assume it's there for the second one. Participate in a simulated emergency test or an exercise annually. That's an optional thing, and we're going to encourage everyone to do those exercises in your unit. And then there's service net control. And we really encourage everybody to learn those skills, because you just never know if, hey, we're going to run this 24 hours a day and it's going to slow down at night, but we need somebody to work the night shift, and can you handle net control and not have a lot of traffic? And so, sometimes the bar is pretty low of, if you have enough net control skills, you can cover that for the unit. We're not expecting you to run during the prime time unless you really want to and you want to learn that, but just have an understanding of net control stuff. Okay, a VHF digital messaging station. So we're really talking about WinLink or narrowband EMS, emergency message station. That's through FLDigi, and I'm pretty familiar with that kind of a station. It may be packet. I would encourage you to talk to your local members, your EC if you're not the EC. Try to pick a standard and train to that standard so that you can operate as a unit. If one guy's insisting that we're going to do everything through APRS, who's on the other end, right? So kind of try to stick with a digital station for your unit. Operate a unit-specific digital VHF or HF station. I believe that I personally like to use data for messages that are written and digital for voice, like DMR, D-Star, C4FM. So that's my personal preference, to differentiate between digital and data, because then you don't know that. I think what they're trying to say, the first one is digital messaging is data, and digital VHF HF station is digital voice, is my assumption here. Okay, so then the next stuff is build a simple dipole antenna, build a power pole type adapter cable, solder a PL259, and assemble a 24-hour go kit. Those are all encouraged, and I would encourage you to get your members to do that. Power pole is the ARES standard for all equipment. If you bring something in and your power supply dies and somebody says, hey, I got a power supply, power poles, plug it in, you're ready to roll. So those things are valuable to have those skills. So encourage you to do those things. Simple dipole antenna can literally be stripping a piece of coax and having the shield and the center conductor separated, and now you've got a 2-meter dipole. I mean, it doesn't have to be HF. So what else do we got here, Jason? Yeah, PL259, solder, crimp, whatever you've got. Learn one of the methods. And then a 24-hour deployment kit. That's really an idea that if you get asked to come out, there's not going to be an expectation that after 4 hours they're going to deliver a pizza to you. For the first 24 hours of an incident, you can't be a drag on any resource. You have to be standalone, independent, fully functional, and the incident needs to worry about the incident and not about feeding volunteers or providing you water. And so you need to be self-sufficient if you're going to be able to really be an asset to anything by having that deployment kit. Keep going down. Oh, yep. So then again, this comes back to Eric comment about Lynn County having EMA requiring additional training. That's it's recognized. We expect it. Accommodate that. As we get into some other stuff with the Red Cross, we may decide that they're going to require anybody who's going to deploy to their facilities to go through their background check process. That's very standard with the Red Cross. So that may be something that we'll have to talk through. Okay, I don't think there's anything on these we're adding yet. So moving down through here, there's your completion record, sign off. So we're ready for the advanced level. So we're adding a bunch more training. This is typically called the Professional Development Series through Homeland Security, FEMA. what we're really talking about are leadership at this level. If you're going to be a leader, they want you to take these trainings so that you kind of know how to develop a team and interact with agencies. And so there's a lot of stuff there. That is a commitment. So, try to work through it as best you can if you're in the leadership level. Let's see. Advanced MCOM course, that is not available. So we're going to have to just ignore that piece. And if everyone completes everything on here but that item, we will currently grant you level 3 certification. We're not going to hold anybody up because of something that's not able to be taken. And then the expectation is when it becomes available, we'll set some sort of reasonable timeline. But there's going to be a backlog. As soon as they open a new ride at Disneyland, there's always a big line. And so we'll have to figure out what that looks like. But
Have they given any indication as to when it's going to
no.
be released? Because they've been promising for years.
Sure.
Time it said available midsummer, but it didn't specify which year, and
Yeah.
they got tired of me asking, and so now they changed it to on hold, permanently on hold. So it'll happen maybe, and that's as good as we're getting.
Yeah, I think they're just the staff shortages. It's a big ask to go create a new content from scratch. So I think that's what it is. Barry, do you have any insight in? No, they don't even mention that. Yeah, I didn't think so. So, yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath on that, on when the advanced level's coming. Here we have, they added in some stuff about PR 101. That's an ARRL training. Again, if you're going to be a public information officer. By default, if you don't have somebody designated to do that at your incident, if they really want you to stand in front of a camera, it's probably going to be the ARES leader, and that's why they want you to take some minimal level to learn to talk about what you've seen and not what you've heard, and so that's the core of being talking to the media is just talk about what you're doing and what you've seen, and not the rumors and spreading potential false information. So, Auxcom course. Show of hands, who's taken Auxcom? Excellent course. I really enjoyed it. It is really hard to get. We've talked at the state level, since FEMA isn't providing money to do any training for anybody, let alone amateurs, the potential of trying to apply for a grant to fund instructors to bring them here and teach this to us. And basically, they just have to send the paperwork in. We'll fund that through a grant. So that's something that we're considering as a way to get an Auxcom course, because it is a really good course, and it teaches you how to interact at a higher level with served agencies and sort of meet their stuff. And it's actually not, it says Auxcom because it's not an amateur radio course. It may be that, hey, the CERT team has got a lot of GRMS people, and that is who's a group that's taken that and learning how to provide those communications. They walk in and say, we're going to strip you of your name badge because you don't belong to ARES. You're now Auxcom, and you belong to us. And your group might get tasked with a mission, and there'll be a CB group, that's tasked with another mission, all part of the communications auxiliary. Yeah.
Offering it, I did Auxcom in Illinois over a weekend last September, and so there are trainings available, but you might have to travel.
Yeah, I got lucky. I got it in Des Moines, of all places. Years ago, they were kind of like, there's this new course, we encourage you to take it, and everybody was like, oh, I don't know what this is, and I jumped in on it, and really happy I did. It was really interesting. So, and then ICS 300, 400 are really usually an in-person development course, and those are to really advance into the higher level positions. You have to have 300, 400 to do COML and COMT, and that's really where you're assigned to an incident and you're in charge of all the communications, or you're doing technician stuff on an incident for first responders and everybody else. So those were great courses. I really enjoyed taking them, learned a lot. It is a commitment to get to that level. Okay, did we go through all of the optional and encourage stuff. Is there anything down below? There's one more. General class license or higher. It's just encourage you to understand HF is what they're after with that one, if you're going to be in leadership. So I think we've sort of covered that page. Is there a second page on this one?
Did you cover the participation and leadership portions there?
When we talked about net control, so it's required. They moved some stuff to the required that we talked about were optional.
And then the leadership portion has some additional requirements.
Oh, okay, we didn't scroll down there. Okay, so present at a training session, that's something we hadn't looked at. It's really provide some training. It may be you can lead the how to put on a power pole to your group. You know, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. It doesn't have to be a formal training and giving out certificates, but it's just, you know, starting to get up there and lead your group in something.
And I would offer too, if you feel comfortable, the monthly ARES trainings that are online would be a great opportunity if you've got knowledge to share, to jump in that. Especially
Please
with
volunteer
leaders mostly in
and
the
give
room.
something so I don't have to do them all. Yes. So thank you. Again, hold a leadership position in a group. That could be that you're a scout leader. It could be that you're the treasurer of your club. It doesn't have to be anything area specific. Just something to demonstrate some leadership position. Okay, I caught those. I think there's a second page. Okay, so then there's some more skills. Proficient in using ICS forms. The big ones we're going to use are the 213, the message form, the 214, which is a log of your activities. And so if you get into the advanced training with FEMA, there's sort of an expectation that you walk in the room, you sit down, you get out your 214, and you start logging things. And that's just the expectation. So, you learn how to use those forms. The 217 is very valuable. What that really is, and I've got examples in the Go kits I brought. It's to say these are all the resources we have available for channels in this equipment, and so it tells you what you're capable of doing, and then you can partner that when an incident happens. You take your 217, you pull lines out, and you stick it onto a 205. And it says, hey, this is actually what we're going to use for the incident. So the radio is capable of doing, 5.2 simplex, and is capable of getting on this repeater. We're going to put those on the 205 and say, for this incident, those are the two channels we're going to use. And then you publish the 205 for the incident, and everybody knows what you're using, what's the tone, what's the purpose, what group is assigned to that frequency or that repeater. So you can walk in and get a situational awareness of what's happening right there on that one piece of paper. So those forms have value, not just for bigger incidents, but for ourselves. And so there are groups that are using these forms for ARES activations, parades, marathons, that sort of stuff. It still applies. Let's see. A digital VHF station in peer-to-peer mode. What that's really saying is you can do WinLink peer-to-peer, station to station, NBAMS point-to-point, versus logging into an RMS station and sending traffic out through that. So that's kind of the nuance they're trying to put through there. Operate at HF digital mode messaging station. Again, that's same stuff, just doing it over HF. Program a tone into an HT. Again, they were going to require it at this point. Program frequency and offset into a radio. Same requirement. Demonstrate crossband repeat on a mobile radio. And so that's a really good skill to have. When we did the set last October, Drew was the one that was like, instead of doing simplex, we just fired up a crossband repeater, and now we had good coverage over our area for our set. And it was like, oh, I should have thought of that. I've taught people how to use crossband repeaters, but in that moment, I didn't think to deploy that skill. And so I was impressed that that group did that. So, okay, I think that's that page. So I think that's the end of the requirements for that, and there's your completion record. I don't think we've got any extra stuff we're adding to that just yet. So then there's a notes page. Are we done? Oh, yeah. Then there's just some common stuff. It's kind of additional activity stuff on there. Okay, I want to go through the task book so everybody had a chance to kind of see it, ask questions as we went along. Anything to contribute? Questions on that? Yes.
So an EC or above is required to get to the advanced level? That was in the
That is
ARRL
pending.
training.
I don't believe that we have that requirement in our policy yet. And that
Okay.
was the part that we need to decide where we're going to stick that. I think we talked about doing that. I just don't know that we wrote it down.
That's the intermediate course.
Anything else? We got a break built in, don't we? Okay. Good. What do we think? 10 minutes? Then we'll come back and we'll have Ryan talk about some of the stuff he does. Okay. What time is it? So about 10:35. Thank you. loose terms and basically said, we're here. Raycom does maintenance on a 700 megahertz system, maintains it, trains people on it. They interact with the statewide system. What a great opportunity to learn more about what that does. And that's sort of the guidelines I gave him. So I'm not really sure what he's going to get into, but I think it's going to be good regardless of what we get. Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is Ryan Butler, call signs NF0T, been licensed since 1991 or 2. Started at Raycom in 2005 in IT, took over running the service center a couple years later, and then moved into the engineering group in about 2011, 2012, right about the time that P25 trunk systems were starting to become popular and deployed in Iowa. I have 100, 200, 300, 700, and 800, I believe, and my COML is done. I've just never been credentialed. So I actually do have some ARES relevant stuff. And my job today is the manager of the system engineering group. I still do some of the system engineering stuff myself, but I now manage that group. Raycom was acquired a couple years ago by Eastern Communications. It was kind of a merger, so I actually oversee both those groups. I got about 8 people on my team for the system engineering side. And so yeah, this is going to be a pretty informal, pretty basic talk. I'm going to talk a little bit about what trunk systems are, a little bit of the history of 700, 800 in Iowa. And then I'll move into the SARA network and then to the ISIX network and like Clint said, how they actually kind of interop today and how things work. Feel free to stop me at any time, ask questions. I don't have a real formal hold questions to the end or anything like that. So feel free. Next slide, if you would. So a little bit about 800 or the frequency bands and for public safety. We all know about VHF, UHF, pretty much restricted to conventional. There are some VHF trunking systems in other states. I'll talk a little bit about why that's not a thing here. 800 megahertz kind of came first. There was both a public safety and a commercial allocation in the 800 megahertz band, and they kind of overlapped. And so frequencies were sometimes hard to get, and there were some regulatory hurdles to work through. Raycom back in the 90s and 2000s through the mid 2000s operated a trunk system called EDAX, and that was like public safety, utilities, taxi services. It was pretty much a little bit of anything. Anybody that wanted to pay for access to a radio system, EE had a very similar system. There was Motorola SmartNet that they did similar things on. And then when the FCC reallocated part of the upper television service band, there was a section of 700 megahertz that they carved out specifically for public safety. And so that's where the 700 megahertz band came into. 700 and 800, very similar propagation-wise. You know, obviously your path loss is a little bit less at 700 because your frequency is a little bit lower. But when you're designing a system, it's pretty minute between it. But there are certain advantages that has over VHF and UHF. VHF and UHF, little bit, VHF especially, a little bit worse building penetration. So 700, 800 penetrates buildings better. And a lot of public safety systems, especially the way they were being bid by consultants, were really emphasizing pretty heavy, you know, 15 dB loss buildings. And so it's easier to do that at 700, 800 than it is at VHF, and to an extent even at UHF. The other reason is 700, 800 bands have a fixed transmit receive frequency split. Now we all know that like on VHF, there's a 600 kilohertz offset for your ham repeaters, a 5 meg offset for your UHF ones. There's still a 5 meg offset in the commercial UHF bands. There is a 30 meg offset in the 700 band and a 45 meg offset in the 800 band. In the commercial VHF space, there is no fixed thing. So you just, sometimes the frequency coordinator will give you two pairs or a pair that's 100 kilohertz apart, and you're like, wait, I can't use that type of a deal. So a little bit more standardized at 700, 800, and since the frequencies at 700, 800 are so wide, it makes your filtering a little bit easier to do. The cans aren't so many, they aren't so big from frequency size, but also just from an isolation standpoint because you have such an isolation between them. And also, you have a better selection of patterned antennas. And this comes into a little bit more into the simulcast multi-site I'll get into in a second. But usually a public safety jurisdiction has to keep their radiated energy, and there's a formula for it, and they call them 40 dBu contours. They have to keep it within their jurisdictional boundary, typically their county boundary. There's ways to get around that if you have fire districts outside your county, things like that. But so part of the things when you're designing a radio system for public safety use is selecting antennas that have not just an omni pattern. And at VHF, you know, a Yagi, if you want a decent directional pattern, is going to be just massive on your tower. At 700, 800, you can get a very nice patterned antenna that's got a 120 degree or 90 degree pattern that, you know, isn't much bigger than, and looks like an omni almost. So there's some advantages there as well. Next slide. So now a little bit about trunking basics. Not sure how familiar the group is with it. The old way of explaining it was, think about your bank teller. You walk in there and you've got 5 or 6 tellers, and everybody just kind of works to the one that's free first. When I go to my bank now, there's like 1 teller, so it's not as good of an analogy anymore as it used to be, but maybe think about it at Walmart or Hy-Vee or something like that, where you have somebody saying, oh, you can go, aisle 4 is open, or checkout 6 is open and stuff. And so the way that trunking works is, at a site, you'll have a collection of RF channels in the same frequency band, 700 megahertz, 800 megahertz, whatever it is. And they have control circuitry in them, and one of them gets nominated as the control channel. It's a digital channel, and the radios register to it, and they listen to it, and when a radio keys up, says, I want to talk on this group, you can call it a channel, but in the public safety parlance, it's a talk group, the site will say, you know what, why don't you go to channel 7, or channel 4, or channel 1, or whatever it is. And the idea here is more efficient usage of your resources, because if you're thinking about a VHF conventional system, you have 8 different channels. Well, your TAC channel is always your TAC channel, and maybe you've got a lot of load on your PD and fire channels, but no one's using your TAC channel because it's just your TAC channel. Whereas on a trunk system, you'll just hop from whatever one to whatever one's there and make more efficient use of the 6 channels you got than if you have 6 specific purpose channels in a conventional system. So that's the idea of trunking. They usually, all 6 channels, let's say it's a 6-channel site, all channels will share 1 transmit antenna. Typically they'll all share a separate receive antenna. There are certain antennas that are called like dual bays, where they're stacked on each other on the same radome, provide you 2 coax ports out the bottom. So it looks like 1 antenna, it's physically 2, 1 for transmit, 1 for receive. A lot of you are familiar with duplexers for repeaters. Here we're using combiners for transmit, which are very similar to duplexer, but they're multi-port. And their whole goal is just to combine the 6 transmit frequencies into 1 antenna. They have no receive point to them. And then your receive side typically goes into what they call a multi-coupler, which is like a preamp. And it splits it out, and you get some loss from your split out, but it also has an amplifier built into it to overcome those losses and provide you a little bit better signal. Simulcast versus multi-site. So in a simulcast system, there's a lot of simulcast systems in Iowa. All the transmitters transmit at one time. They are timed very specifically so that you try to minimize the amount of interference they cause each other. That's where your transmit power, your patterned antennas, the delay that you introduce to every site come into, so that a radio in the field doesn't know who he's actually receiving that signal from. Could be receiving it from any of the 7 sites in the trunk system. It all just is timed in such a way that all the signals arrive within what the receiver will tolerate, and it just works. And typically associated with that is also voting, where on the receive side, when the portable keys up, you have 7 sites out in the field. They're all listening on the same frequency, and they're all saying, yep, I hear this guy pretty good, I don't hear this guy pretty good, I hear that guy. And the central site will say, you heard him best, I'm going to take you, and pick the best. So you don't even have to care, I'm in the northeast part of the county, I got to be on northeast fire. Doesn't matter. The system just treats it as one thing. You can be anywhere in the county and have it work. Multi-site, on the other hand, is a little bit more similar to conventional VHF things, where every site is its own standalone thing. They're networked together, so your fire ground talk group here could be on that, but it's different frequencies. Every site has its own set of frequencies it does. Its coverage footprint is just the area of its coverage footprint, and either the radio will automatically hand off from one site to another by listening to that digital channel and checking the bit error rate, checking the signal level, and saying, yeah, that one's getting pretty weak, but this neighbor over here is getting stronger, I'm going to move over to him, logs into him, It's able to communicate, but it's not as seamless as a simulcast. Simulcast anywhere in the county, it looks like just one big gigantic site with really awesome coverage. Multi-site sites, they are more individual sites that are just networked together, similar to linking together amateur radio repeaters. Transmission versus message trunking. So we're all familiar with the repeater hang time. In a transmission trunked system, when you get assigned a channel, when you finish, it just puts that channel right back into the pool of somebody else can use it. No hang time, no nothing. You key up on channel 1 the first time, you key up again, you might get channel 4 the next time. You might get channel 7 the next time. It doesn't matter. On a message trunk system, there's actually a hang time on it. And in that hang time period, anybody else that's responding to you on the same group can just get that same channel. So it gets held up like a hang time and all that type of stuff. And then after the hang time expires, the next time you might get a different channel, and it'll hang for 3 or 4 seconds, whatever you decide, so people can respond to you. Day-to-day operation, doesn't matter. Transmission trunking, message trunking, they both work great. What their difference was and what they were supposed to do is what happens when the site's really busy and you've got 6 channels and you've got 7 people that want to talk at once. And so with transmission trunking, with both of them, but transmission trunking, that extra guy who wants to talk gets put into a queue. He keys up his radio and it gives him a different tone beep than the go-ahead tone and says, hang on, there's no resources, I'll get to you as soon as I can. On the message trunking, the idea is if my traffic's really important, then whoever else is in there will get in on that hang time. The downside to message trunking is it's less efficient because you have 4 seconds of dead air where somebody else who was in the queue can't get in and no one was responding to you and I have to wait for that to drop. So message trunking was really popular early on. It's like, oh yeah, this is great, you got priority. And then when things got busy, it's like, yeah, this isn't. So almost exclusively, a lot of things are transmission trunking nowadays. The nice thing about it in modern trunk systems is it can be set on a group by group basis. So you can have most of your talk groups are transmission trunk, but if you got a couple of them that you really want that message trunking where it hangs on for, you set those groups for it and they behave that way. Talked about queuing there. So backhaul and bandwidth, all the modern systems, both ISIX and SARA, are using an IP-based backhaul, almost exclusively licensed microwave. There is some fiber use. The bandwidth on aggregate can get pretty up there. I mean, the cores on a SARA site can be pushing 30, 40, 50 megabits a second, but an individual site, usually less than 1.5, 2 mega bandwidth. We normally have more capacity there because most modern trunk sites are basically big computers and they have updates that gotta be applied to them and firmware pushes and management software that's polling them all the time. So even though just for voice, it's a pretty low bandwidth thing. Typically, a site's going to get at least 5, 10, 15, 20 megs so that you can reliably push updates out to it. Next slide. So talk a little bit about the SARA network. As I mentioned, Raycom ran an EDAX network for a long time. That EDAX equipment was getting long in the tooth and old. We weren't sure what we were going to do next. P25 was just coming out. In the meantime, Johnson County put out an RFP for a P25 system. And so we bid them an L3 Harris P25 system and won that in 2009 and started putting it in. And Lynn County, in roughly the 2011 timeframe, it's seen what had happened in Johnson County, decided they were going to go out to bid as well. Also selected Raycom to do that. And there was a caveat there. They'd already been talking to Johnson County of like, hey, if we're going to do this, we want our systems to be tied together. We're, 380 corridor, need that all tied together. So really, that was kind of the nucleus of SARA right there, as Lynn County and Johnson County says, hey, we're going to have our own radio systems that are tied together. They're both going to be P25 trunking in the 700, 800 band. We're going to be able to roam everywhere we want to do. And roughly around the same time, like I said, we're thinking, what are we going to do with EDAX? It's getting into life. Polk County is going to need to do something. Marshall, Grundy, the anchor tenants that we have. And so we decided, hey, we're going to put L3 Harris stuff in as well. And so we started building out our own separate. It wasn't tied to Lynn & Johnson. Lynn & Johnson had their own stuff, their own maintenance contracts, their own things. And we're like, okay, we got to replace EDAX for Polk, Marshall, and Grundy that are paying us for the service of radio. Started doing it and built the systems completely separate. Well, around 2016, Blackhawk County also went out for a radio system, and says, we definitely want to tie on the Lynn and Johnson, and it'd be really nice if we could also get the benefits of, because we work with Grundy so much and everything, and so we started down this path of, what's this look like if we just start tying it all together? So while we were implementing the Blackhawk system, we put the plan together to tie the Raycom system into the Lynn and Johnson system, and that's about the time that Sarah, with Blackhawk, Lynn, Johnson, and the Raycom customers became an actual thing, which Sarah, by the way, stands for Shared Area Radio Agreement, is what that stands for. They have their own board, they have their own policies, and then it's grown since then, which, next slide. This is how the Sarah network looks today. As you can see, it's mostly over the eastern part of, east of I-35. Everything in blue there is a simulcast site, simulcast system. The ones that are in green are multi-site sites. There's about 90 to 100 sites, I would say, on that map, roughly. They are all connected by licensed microwave, mostly 6 and 11 gigahertz. There are a few 18 gigahertz links between like dispatch centers and their tower where they're like yards. But otherwise, everything is 6 or 11 gigahertz. There are a few fiber connects, like Blackhawk's core is tied to the Raycom core here over fiber. And some other ones. There are 8 pairs of HA cores and then 1 non-HA core in the system. And that kind of comes from Sarah's individual systems, all sharing type deal is they all, most of them wanted their own core, so they had their own switch inside their own county to do things, and they're all just tied together. So there's a high density of voice switches and cores over what you would normally see on a system. Next slide. Yep, go ahead.
So the Sarah network, is that just for interoperability? That's a separate system than the local county network?
No, so the
would be?
Sarah network is what their operable system is. So Lynn County's got theirs, and all of them are connected together, and the Sarah network is what they call the combined system. So there are some interoperable channels on Sarah. They have a calling channel. They have some TAC channels that anybody, like a Marshall County person, can get on there and talk to a Jasper County guy or a Quad Cities guy type deal. But this is where the Sarah network day-to-day is what Blackhawk, Lynn, Johnson, Marshall, Grundy, all the Quad Cities, all that type of stuff uses for their day-to-day communications.
So everybody in all those counties hears all the conversations from each.
If their radios are programmed for it. I mean, the traffic is available to go there, but if there's no demand for that traffic, it doesn't get sent to that site. So if there's no radios saying, I want to listen to Lynn County dispatch on Marshall County site, that traffic doesn't go out over the site. And Lynn County may not even have Marshall County groups in there, so even if they're, but the nice thing about it is the Lynn County deputy comes over here to assist or something like that, or they're doing some Dwayne Arnold training or something like that, they can bring their own groups over. So Lynn County's sheriff group may just start popping out on the Marshalltown site as soon as somebody from Lynn County logs into the site. So it's all one big network. Any radio that's authorized on the network is allowed anywhere in the network. And how they control it is by talk groups. All public safety talk groups are allowed everywhere on the network. Non-public safety, like your county engineer, schools, anything like that, they're restricted to just their home area. So a bus out of Davenport, even though that bus can get on a Marshall County site, they can't use their bus talk group on the Marshall County site. They have to use like an interop channel or something else if they need to communicate with somebody. And that's a little bit different than how ISIX operates, which I'll get to in a second. So ISIX was kind of designed, State Patrols had a VHF network for like since the mid 70s, late 70s. They had their base channels all across state. They had their LEA channels across the state. Then they maintained, VLAW point-to-point, as well. ISIX was designed to be the next generation and solve that. It was to give State Patrol something to use for their communications, DOT as well potentially, which ended up happening, but also a way to start to phase out LEA, a way to start to phase out, the other legacy stuff they wanted to get rid of, put it all on a common platform, statewide coverage, at least mobile coverage, provide a path that if locals want to join the system and build more sites in and everything, they have a way to do that. have a whole interoperability plan with a whole rigid, or not rigid, but a fully defined set of interop talk groups that anybody can use. It was principally designed as multi-site and mobile coverage for the State Patrol, because they had vehicular repeaters and they could just use their handhelds on vehicular repeaters. With certain areas, mainly metro areas, had little simulcast cells to give a little bit better coverage in the higher density population centers. And since then, there has been a lot of expansion of it. Next slide. And so this is what the ISIX map looks like. Came right off their site today. Anything in the little red boxes is simulcast. As you can see, especially in Region 4 down in southwest Iowa, there's a lot more simulcast today than there used to be. There really was just basically the Council Bluffs area that had a simulcast early on in Region 4, and now there's several counties down there. Region 1's got more. Originally, I think it just had the Des Moines area, and then Ames and Boone, and now they're obviously with Dallas and a bunch of other ones on there. So, but you can see, like in Region 6, there's just a 2-site, one between Lynn and Johnson, 2-site, one between Bremer and Blackhawk. And a lot of that has to do because the Sarah network was already established there. It's already in place. It already had, 6 sites for Blackhawk and 13 sites for Lynn, and 11 for, 8 and 7 sites. I'm thinking channel counts there, So there was no point to build out a higher density simulcast there when there was already a system there that provided that. So it's all connected as well by licensed microwave. Big extensive microwave network. Next slide. So here's how the interop's kind of laid out. And you can see along the right and the bottom there. So there's statewide interop talk groups. And those are allowed everywhere in the state of Iowa. Iowa TAC2 is the designated channel they use for chases. It's kind of interesting to listen to. You hear lots of fun stuff on that one. And then every region has a call channel and several TAC channels, including the ones that have E's on their suffix or encrypted TAC channels. And then they have a med channel. And the idea there is if you have any regional type items like Iowa State game days, there's a lot of R1 ones that are patched in different places. Same thing on Region 6 for University of Iowa games. The text of what these channels are supposed to be used for and their definitions can be found on the ISIX website. And that's one of the things that the ISIX board and the ISIX project did very well, was that they have a very defined set of standards. They're iterating on those standards all the time. So they've done a very good job of building a very nice interop platform there. Next slide. And so how do these two actually interop together? Well, ISIX has like 4 levels of user agreement, and level 1 is you're allowed to get on here, you're allowed to use the interop talk groups, you're allowed to use the towers in your region. Just about every SARA member has taken advantage of that and signed up for a level 1 so that their radios can log into ISIX and use the ISIX ones if they need to, if they're out of area, if their radio system has a problem, things like that. Some of them have signed up for level 2, where you get a few of your own talk groups on there. Some of them have patched their SARA talk groups to those local talk groups, so they can have people on ISIX just switch to, say, a Blackhawk talk group, and it'll just work natively on SARA without them ever doing it. What ISIX, and then level 3 and level 4 is where you actually start building tower sites and you actually start using the infrastructure on ISIX as your home infrastructure type thing. There aren't many SARA ones that do that. SARA also has kind of implemented as a group, because there's a whole bunch of conventional gateways. They're kind of like repeater linking controllers, or they're a little bit more logic than that, that can take a control station radio, take the push to talk, the core, the receive audio, transmit audio, and inject it into the trunk system. And many customers have many gateways spread across the eastern half of the state. And what they've done is they've got a large spreadsheet and said, okay, here's all the ISIX regional talk groups, here's all the Iowa talk groups, here's all that type of stuff. Who wants to host a radio that's dedicated to that to tie it? So if you want to go back one slide. The stuff that's in Region 1, Region 6, and most of Region 5 is pretty well ported over, but especially 6 and 1. Nearly every regional talk group is ported between Sarah and ISIX. So Sarah users can just switch to a talk group that's called, R6 TAC 62. It's going to work, it's going to work on ISIX and there because there's ties of that. Region 2, Buchanan County is part of it, so there's a few of them, but it's not fully baked out. Region 4, we have hardly any of those tied to Sarah because there's really no Sarah customers in Region 4 or Region 3. So 1, 6 for sure have most of it fleshed out. 5 and 2, yeah. And then there's sub-regional talk groups that are more for local use, and Polk County's working on tying those ISIX sub-regional talk groups into Sarah as well and providing the gateway space to do it. Advance one if you would. So that's how they interoperate, is there's gateways on the Sarah side that tie into the ISIX side. Most Sarah users also have the ability to switch to ISIX because they've signed a level 1 or a level 2 agreement. And then on the flip side of that, there's a lot of ISIX users that benefit from sometimes enhanced coverage of the Sarah network, and they talk to their local jurisdiction and get their agreement with it, and they just get given Sarah unit IDs. Now those unit IDs are typically geofenced just to that area, but Des Moines Fire, I know every Des Moines Fire radio has a Sarah ID because on the east side of Des Moines, kind of out towards the Altoona side, the ISIX coverage is just not as good as it could be, but the Polk County system coverage is really good, so they'll actually, especially if they're interoperating with Altoona, a lot of times they'll switch over to Sarah, do their work if it's in that area, switch back type deal. So it's very fluid between the two of them. And then I put the last little bullet here of ISSI. What the ISSI is a P25 standard that allows different P25 systems to link together regardless of the manufacturer. And the Sarah network does have an ISSI. We don't have it tied to anything other than like FirstNet and a couple of other things. I do not believe the ISIX system has an ISSI at this time, so there's never been a ISSI tie between the systems. But what we've pretty much found is that the use of control station radios and tying the ISIX talk groups, the interop talk groups together has worked really, really well. So, so yeah, that's pretty much my presentation on that. And any questions?
That was like drinking from a fire hose, but
it was
excellent. If you understand the system, that was a really good overarching explanation of how this stuff works. Paul, you had a question?
Marshalltown County, I don't think is on the ISIX system yet, is that right? Or maybe part of it is, I'm not sure.
I know they got simulcast cell there, so they should be, I think.
Okay. But most of it's still on the ARES system.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I know there's ISIX in the area, but I'm not sure if Potawatomi County themselves are actually switched to it or not, but I'm sure they have access. At worst, they've got to be like a level 1 or a level 2 user where they can switch to it as needed type deal.
I've heard you guys referring to that sometimes the feedback has to be added.
I haven't heard on that side.
Okay, thank you.
Are like in a given county, are the radios that are used for this program specifically for that county? Or as they move around, does it automatically get redirected to?
Yeah, so the sites actually will send out on that control channel a message of what all their neighboring sites are and the frequency of their control channels. And then the radios, I mean, a radio can be programmed many different ways. You can program the radio just with this set of frequencies and say, do not go anywhere other than these frequencies and this ID for this tower site. But most of the Sarah radios are programmed with what they call enhanced control channel scan, where you give them a range and say, search from 764 megahertz to 850 megahertz and just find whatever you can. Here's a cheat sheet of control channels. Here's 60 of them that are in use pretty common. Search those first. But if you can't find anything, then just start hunting around, look for this ID type thing. And so they'll get on a site and they'll listen to the control channel, and the control channel is sending out these broadcast messages of adjacencies, and they'll hop off for a second and go look at that and come back, and they'll store a little table in their radio and say, this site's neg 80, that site's a neg 62, and they'll have a little decision tree inside of their programming of, if it's this much better, I'm going to move over to it. And so the radio, for the most part, will just hand off seamlessly. it's not like cellular handoff seamlessly where you can be in the middle of a call and it just moves type deal, but you'll make a call and then the next time you look, it might be on a different site, in Tama County. If you're driving that way, you might hit the LeGrand site and you might hit a Tama County, and officer doesn't even really know or care for the most part. So it all just depends on how the radio is programmed. If the radio is capable of doing a handoff to sites and making some intelligent decisions.
The average user has no idea how this thing works because it's just so seamless that they just know their standard operating is this, and that's what they do, and they don't understand it. And when they get assigned to go, oh, you're going to go work this incident, you're going to go work this football game, they might give them a little bit of different instructions and tell them, okay, go to that, and we'll handle the rest. But it's so well designed, they don't understand. They're just dumb appliance operators for the average user on the system.
And I would say for big planned events like a University of Iowa football game, an Iowa State football game, I know for the Iowa State one, they fill out a communications plan. They have a list of these ISIX TAC groups are going to be tied to our Story County event channels, and this is how it's all going to go in the more. And so anybody that comes in to work that game, they receive a copy of the plan, they switch to the ISIX TAC channel, and they operate their way that they're supposed to. Sarah, ISIX, they don't care.
So is this just at a state and county level? If you get to local city, public service groups, do they just still operate on their own system, the legacy system? Or is everybody city?
It's a mixed bag. Usually the counties are the ones that fund the system and handle the bidding and own the system just from a tax base and everything else. But usually the cities are on board in the process, especially the larger cities and things like that. Your public works and things like that, it depends on what the county and the city feel like. We have systems where everything's on there. There isn't anything left unconventional. But like here in Marshalltown, Public Works, City Public Works, County, they're still on UHF or VHF and do their own thing. Now usually there's one of those gateways that will tie them in, so like dispatch can talk on their conventional channel, or they can tie them into police if they have to type deal. But it's a mixed bag. Some of them it's all, some of it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like you have enough towers, if I'm looking at that map correctly, to handle local city operations. So there must be some additional simulcasting to go into local cities in order for their radios to reach.
A tower site can have a lot more capacity on it than we're used to in the amateur cities because the bandwidth is available in 700.
Yeah. So like in Lynn County.
From mobile stations?
Oh, hell yes.
So like Lynn County that has those 8 sites spread around the county, they have 13 channels at every single one of those. There is 100 and some actual repeaters in that system. And all of those, because it's simulcast, they all vote the best signal. And yeah, our guarantee for Lynn County was a 15 dB building. You will have portable coverage in, and a 15 dB building is, metal walls and office building type construction. Now it's not going to work in Walmart necessarily without a BDA. It may, but it those would be much higher loss buildings than that, and you build to a spec that the customer and their consultant do. And most of the time for those higher loss buildings, they'll put an amplifier in the building to kind of repeat the signal type deal.
You just used the BDA term, so explain what that is for the folks.
Yeah, so a BDA is like the term is bidirectional amplifier. Sometimes it's called a DAS, distributed amplifier system, and it's a box that receives a set of frequencies and then retransmits them on a different antenna in a building, and then receives on a different set of frequencies from the building and transmits that out to the tower site. So its whole purpose is you put an antenna on the roof, and then you put several antennas inside, and it will improve the signal from the outside to the inside through an amplifier, effectively. 2 amplifiers, one each direction.
Yeah. It's very similar to what you see on a lot of RVs these days. Yep, that's essentially doing the same thing. Cell boosters.
Cell boosters are a form of bidirectional amplifier. Public safety ones are usually channelized, so they use like DSP filtering to just repeat just the little individual channels that the P25 system's using. So because the older style BDAs would just repeat this and this, and you get 1 watt of power that you're now spreading over this big of a wide thing, whereas the channelized ones, you get 1 power that you're spreading over these tiny little slivers, so you can actually get better amplification out of it. So
And those are frequently required by building code in a given
a
jurisdiction.
lot of NFPA stuff in there, especially on the newer NFPAs, yeah.
Yeah, the power level inside the building is very, very low, but it provides coverage to the outside world, which again addresses your concern that you shared with regard to, if I'm in a building, if I'm in the city office building, can I still hit the tower? Yes, you can, through the magic of the median.
Yep.
So I'm going to kind of point out something that I've noticed in the system. I'm actually on the technology committee for the statewide interoperable board, and so we do twice a month meetings. Those are available to the public. If you want to go on their website, you can find them. They have a monthly board meeting above all the committees, but there's a lot of different committees in the statewide system board. One of the uniquenesses to how some of this works with the patching and the gateways between the two systems would be, I'll just use my home county story as an example. There's one ISIX tower outside of Ames, and so a state patrol officer could come up to Ames and go up to, let's say, Story City, and they could be talking on a regional channel, and standing next to them is a sheriff's deputy who's also talking on a regional channel. But the state patrol is using the ISIX tower. The sheriff's deputy is using a Sarah tower who might be right up the street. And so all of a sudden, the state patrol officer could be saying, why is my handheld not as clear as your handheld? Because they're using a different system and they're hearing the exact same traffic and they're talking to each other, but it's because it's a different system. So there's some nuance to which system they're on, and it might not work as well, even though we're talking on the same channel or the same talk path. One user may not work as well as the other. And so when you were talking about like Des Moines Fire bumping over to the other system, those are the solutions they've developed to kind of eliminate those problems. So if you ever get asked questions about how the system works, you got to think through, okay, well, which system are you on? And let's say something happens, a Story County deputy has permissions to get on the statewide system. So they may turn the channel on their radio and go from regional TAC 5 to regional TAC 5 on the other system. It's the same talk group, but it's using a different set of towers. So it can get complicated because the systems are all tied together. And you may have a third guy from the city standing there, and they're using VHF, and we've gatewayed at the dispatch center over, and they're all three talking together, and you're using 3 different towers. So there's a lot of potential leaking, permanent linking. It's quite a system that we've got. And what all of this really comes down to is Iowa has made huge leaps and strides in the last 10 years in interoperability to our detriment of what do they really need us for, right? If they can do all these things, if it's not using the internet, it's all microwave links, it's a very robust system, it would take towers going down really for the system to stop working, a lot of it. It really kind of changes their needs for us. And so we'll get into later, what are some things we can do to provide a service that isn't just, we need a backup for our voice comms.
Yeah, and I'll dovetail on that.
Yeah.
I forgot to talk about this a little bit. So was it 2018? 2018 when the tornado came through here, one of the cores for the Sarah network is in this building, and as Clint alluded to, all these walls were gone, and the floor below us where that core is at, the wall behind it wasn't gone, but the wall next to it, like 8 feet away, was gone. And it stayed running, the system stayed running, and we were able, as it turned out, Marshall County had a gas leak in their dispatch center like an hour after the tornado rolled through. They ended up coming over here and dispatching out of here for about 4 hours out of our building that had no walls and water running into it and everything else, but the system was still operating. We got a couple of consoles set up down on our first floor, and they came in here and they were able to operate perfectly. So.
Yeah. So, you know, we may be asked to troubleshoot until the professionals can get on scene. And so that's why we want, you know, you guys to understand those things, or, you know, understanding how what their day-to-day stuff is buys you credibility and gets you in the door that you can then be utilized for other missions. So we just need to understand what they're using, where they're coming from, so we can speak their language and kind of, you know, build that level of trust.
Well, in a very likely scenario, more likely than us showing up and using our frequencies and our equipment is we show up and we're handed one of their radios. And understanding how that system works will help you understand and, you know, what you're being asked to do and how that works.
Yeah. What we didn't show, we built all of this new equipment and all these new systems. We didn't really add any more operators. We didn't add any more people to do communications. We haven't added any more law enforcement officers to handle traffic. And so we may be asked to come in and supplement communications because they don't have operators to use all these talk paths. It may not be on amateur radio. And so, you know, think about that as we're communicators and we're amateurs when that's the piece that we're going to do. Otherwise, we may just be radio operators on a different system. Great.
Excellent.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, I think I might know where we're going to use for our task book. If the recording turns out well on this, we may slice that off, and that will become our 700 megahertz discussion, because that was really good.
Excellent.
Yep. Under promise and over deliver.
Right. Well,
Yes.
Yeah, because I told Clint, I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. This is going to be like 10 minutes and a bunch of questions. You know,
Yep.
so I put together something a little bit more, and like you said, it was like probably like drinking out of a fire hose. And so I'm around all day. We get more breaks. You got more questions that pop up in your mind that you didn't think about, let me know. More than happy to answer whatever I can.
Okay.
You ready for your hat selection?
Yes. So don't move too much yet.
One in the restroom, but
Okay.
stay where you're at.
So what we're going to do is Paul counted everybody and assigned you a number, random number generator. We're raffling, or we're going to door prize the hat. What number do you get?
So we've got 24 including Ryan. So
Okay.
number 2,
Is that him? Was I one?
where are you counting from?
I think I was one. You match. It's an outfit. So there we go. All right. Thank you, Barry, for the door prize. I don't have the agenda up. Are we at break time?
Well, we were expanding the mission.
Abandoning the mission. Do we need a break, or do you want to just continue on for another half an hour and then break for lunch? Is that good? Okay. I mean, there's a restroom if you need to jump up. Okay. So do you want to put up the next slide? What we're getting at with this expanding the mission thing is what I was alluding to. Voice comms, can you come in, provide supplemental? Our system went down, we lost power, ran out of generator, the storm bent the antenna, it's just not working. Those things aren't as common as they were 10 years ago. And so for us to have be relevant, we need to start looking at other missions that we can provide. When all else fails is a whole lot further off of the distance than it used to be, because for everything to fail with all the investments we've made, it's going to be a big ask. So if we want to do our job, we're here because we all have a desire to serve for emergency communications. We need to find missions that allow us to be of service. And so we wanted to talk through some ideas about things we can do that aren't a voice net on the local VHF repeater. And so I'm going to call on a few people. I'll take people to provide answers on things that you've got ideas for. To start off, from that Marshalltown tornado, the first Saturday after that, they put out a call and they said, hey, we're now taking volunteers. I think that happened on a Monday or Tuesday. by the end of that week, they were like, okay, now we're ready for volunteers. If anybody wants to come to town, we'll figure out what we need and we'll assign you a task. So Paul and I answered the call, showed up on a Saturday morning, checked in at Hy-Vee with the Salvation Army, and instantly we knew something was wrong. That Salvation Army local manager was just overwhelmed. She was trying to get them to set up a canteen to cook food, and at some meeting they turned and said, hey, you manage volunteers, can you handle the volunteer piece? And she was afraid to say no. And that was her first problem. She should have just said, absolutely not. I've got a job to do. I can't do your job. But she said yes. And we figured out pretty darn quickly that we were going to try to support her as our mission that day, because we understood the ISICs, the overall mission hierarchy and how volunteer systems work. We worked with the Coalition for Disaster Recovery in Story County, and the Volunteer Center in Story County. We've been working with these other groups before. We understood how volunteer management works. And so one of the things they needed was they were having people request, I need a chainsaw team to come get these trees off my car. I need somebody to come board up windows. Somebody shows up and says, hey, I've got a chainsaw crew, where do you need me? And they're like, oh, somebody had a chainsaw need. I don't remember who that was. And so there was a problem, a gap in that system. And so then they were like, well, how does somebody get a hold of the person coordinating to say, I have a need, I have skills? They had to drive down there and tell somebody in person because they didn't have a phone number or a method. And so we instantly realized that Story County had a phone center. They basically bring in trained volunteers and put out their phones and have their call center open, and they publish the number and people call in and they answer the phones and they deal with it. And so we said, let's see if we can get that to come over here and help you. And we called our emergency manager and they're like, sorry, it doesn't travel. It's physically set up in our building in Nevada. It doesn't go on the road. And so they were trying to figure out, we kind of stepped out of it once we made that matchmaking piece. But in the end, I don't think they ever really got it going because they wanted to run it out of Marshall County. They had infrastructure, they had phone lines, they just didn't have the equipment or the knowledge to set something like that up. And so from that experience, hatched the idea of there needs to be a deployable phone bank to come in to these things, set up the phones on a table, do some just-in-time training. Maybe there's a standard worksheet they can use, or maybe they bring a computer and we give them a spreadsheet. Some of this needs to get developed, but have a phone system that you can say, here's the phone number, publish this on your social media, on your press releases. Find us some volunteers from your community willing to sit down and answer these phones and handle that information passing. And so we're at the point now where I have, I think, 20 or 25 surplus VoIP phones in a box at my house to start building a system like that. And what I envision is that we'll publish this as we have a resource. We can deploy phones and set this system up and do some just-in-time training of how to handle that, or maybe we pre-train teams. And I could foresee this becoming where you have every few the larger communities already have pre-trained teams that they just know that when they call, the equipment shows up. They've already touched the equipment before. They kind of know what it is. It might be a church group that does it, or the JCs took this on as a mission. I don't know what all it could be, but it could be a CERT team. But there's the need of people who understand technology and can run these things and deploy it. And so that's kind of an idea that we've come up with, that we are trying to build out of something that ARES can do that's communications adjacent, but it's not ham radio. But as soon as we show up and we deploy that system and we're there, and they're like, wow, this is amazing. Can you help me figure out what that problem is? Because I can't figure out why every time I go over there, that radio goes wonky. And it's starting to, while we're in adjacent, get pushed into other missions and start to build that credibility, and now all of a sudden we're more of an asset than we were if we didn't have anything. So that's kind of the first idea that we've come up with. Any questions on that? Yes, Laura.
I don't have a question, I have a comment.
Okay.
in Story County and multiple neighboring counties, there is an institutional structure for, the jargon term is a VRC, meaning Volunteer Reception Center. And so I volunteer for a variety of organizations in addition to my work with Marshall County CERT. But the institution that is running, doing training at the moment for Volunteer Reception Center is the Central Iowa RSVP group, which means Retired Seniors Volunteer Program. But the concept of VRC, there are, I forget which county in the east has set one of these up. So what's different from what you're talking about is a VRC would deploy in a particular location, but it wouldn't necessarily have anything to do with the phone bank concept that you're referring to. But again, the point being that social media and other ways of getting the word out after a disaster, you can have a huge disruption occurring when unaffiliated, spontaneous volunteers, a church group, whatever, just show up and muck around. So the point of a VRC is that you work with the EOC in the area. It's all integrated, and people trained and certified for handling chainsaws will be sent to a specific location. So it's something that exists. Your reference to Story County's so-called TIP hotline, I also volunteer with that. And yes, it's in the sheriff's building, and it's a location that, to my knowledge, normally just is handling Amber Alerts. But I commend you for thinking about having a portable setup. So I'll just close on saying that Central Iowa RSVP now, I think, have designated 4 locations in Story County where they've deposited the materials they would need to set up a VRC if, like, Marshall County was hit by derecho. There's the potential for extending this model to other counties.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Is that coordinated with EMA?
All I can tell you is, and I just know this from Facebook, is the Central Iowa RSVP set up one of these volunteer reception centers in Marshalltown after the tornado, but the EMA knew, and the EOC knew nothing about it. So there were 80 people, they had politicians visiting, all these photographs documenting the setup, but it wasn't integrated. So that's a very good point.
Yeah.
I don't mean to criticize. I think what you're talking about is great. I don't believe amateur radio can do that alone. I believe we should be teamed with and supporting Red Cross, Salvation Army, RSVP, something like that. Otherwise, it's another solution looking for a problem.
Yeah.
You can't go on any place other than that lady running the Red Cross canteen. You've been an independent something.
Correct.
And not part of the solution.
Yeah. So the idea is that we would probably affiliate each, either it would be affiliated at a county level, and each ARES team that had a resource would work with their EMA. And so once you understand how this disaster response system in the U.S. works, is if a community has a need, it goes to the county EOC as a request for a resource, people, fire truck, communications team, whatever. And if the local county can't source it locally through like a mutual aid agreement with a neighboring county, then it goes to the state emergency operations center, and they try to find a place to fill that need. And so there's either, neighboring county types of arrangements, or potentially it could be that it comes to me as the state leader and they say, hey, we heard you have this resource. Can you go out and task a team and assign it to this community? And now we've got a direct relationship with the requester and us. And the state isn't really in the middle of it, because they're not paying for it. They're just playing matchmaker. Yeah.
Well, one thing that likely once, this is kind of my thought on here, so there are tools available, including one called CASM, Communication Asset Survey and Mapping, I think it stands for, if memory serves, that allows documentation of communication assets that are available at a state level. So once assets are created and available, they can be registered in this system, and then they're visible to organizations that need that type of asset. So yes, Barry, to your point, it does need to be affiliated. It's not something that we're just going to show up and say, hey, we can solve world hunger here, but creating something that is usable, that is deployable, that does meet needs, can be registered and made available as a system that is then known to organizations that may need that in response.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea being that a request comes in for the service because we've advertised that it's available. No one self-deploys. I think there is a small window of a representative can make an offer that, hey, I don't know if you know this is available, but this is something, if you need us, here's our contact information, and then you step back. There's no pre-deployment, hey, we built the whole system, we're over here, we're ready to go, and no one asks us to come, and that's not, we don't self-deploy. We are always responding to requests for assistance. So, and that's for anything ARES, right? That if the communications are down, if your phone's not working, if you can't get a text message, if your email's not working, yeah, there's probably a need for the EC to go to the county and say, hey, I'm here if you need us. I don't know if you were trying to reach me. I will stand by. And that's just that simple. We don't want to take up their time. There's a lot going on. But just to make sure that you've got that positive connection, that's about the only time we want to self-deploy, unless we have a pre-arrangement. Like California's got a lot of hospitals. When the big one hits and everything starts shaking, everybody pre-deploys to their hospital. They show up, they check in, they say, I'm here, do you have a need? And the hospital knows that they're coming, and they can say, yes, sit down and start to work, or no, we got this, thank you for coming in, see you later. And so eventually we may get to that type of a level at a local level with your direct EMA relationship, but otherwise, yeah, we don't self-deploy. It's kind of a concept that we need to stick with. There's plenty of other whack jobs that show up and say, I'm here with my chainsaw, point me to the biggest tree you got, and that's not what they need. My days with the Red Cross and running shelters and responding, there was a heavy load of spontaneous volunteers, is what they were called. And sometimes we would do just-in-time training, and other times it's like, we really appreciate it. We really wish you would have come to us 6 months ago and got some training. But we just can't take spontaneous volunteers with no background check and no abilities to do the specific jobs we need. So that's why we're here getting training. So we're more valuable than the average person off the street. Are you ready to take the spotlight? So next up, Jason has a concept, and it will be right in your face of what he's got for an idea.
All right. one of the things that I do primarily IT work is my day job. We work with a lot of municipalities, emergency managers through that, and there's been a lot of requests for FEMA grants to fill streaming capabilities. So similar to what we're doing here, but most of them are placed in a hardwired, physically wired to a building, much like what's here at the Raycom building. There's a camera, the projector, things like that. So one of the things, I was taking my experience and decided to look at building something that I could make deployable so that if there was a disaster that wiped out wherever they're streaming or communications for video conferencing was destroyed, I could deploy, anywhere from 1 to a handful of cameras, stream to either Facebook, YouTube, or just record information that could be published down the road, because sometimes, obviously, one of the issues you're going to have is you may not have internet where that disaster is. So this is something that could be recorded and then transported, to the next county over that maybe has internet that could have that information then sent uploaded. So, and we can show, I can show folks a little bit more of this detail later, but that was one of the things that, I thought would be something in a handy option. And again, it'd be much like the phone bank, it'd be something that would eventually get, as I get more comfortable with the pieces that need to go together, make it more easily set up, more deployable, and then register it in a way so that folks are aware that, hey, this is a resource that, in our area, or if it needs to be, brought to other parts of the state if need be. So, but some of this stuff, obviously, this is pretty complex. Some of it could be as simple as a webcam and a PC. Some of these things are simple, gaps that need filling during a disaster that, matter of fact, today is actually anniversary of a actual disaster we had where I'm from, and we lost about 1 o'clock in the morning. We had a nasty windstorm come through, knocked power out, internet, everything. The city was immediately trying to figure out, how do we post on Facebook what to do? That was their only concern. That was their only thought, which was great. But we had to also comment, a lot of these people can't get online at the moment either. So there was some expectations we had to mount, but that is truly the resource that everybody's going to, is Facebook or YouTube to get their information. It's not, you don't turn on the radio. Matter of fact, our radio station was offline because they didn't have a generator on the transmitter site. So the primary locations for information were all offline, and nothing was available. So, but anyway, this is something that I'd kind of put together and kind of as a thought, and just to think, again, thinking outside of the box of what else we can provide. Most of us kind of have some technological backgrounds that we can maybe offer some of those kind of things as we're working with our EMAs and things like that.
I got my lapel mic on. Turn me back on. Okay, so the next one I want to talk about is the Red Cross. They reached out to us. Really, Iowa's ran out of the Omaha office for the Iowa-Nebraska district. I don't know exactly their terminology, regional something. And so they said, they have a full-time Red Cross volunteer. He spends a lot of time doing Red Cross stuff, but he's a ham. And so he's their communications guy. And he said, we'd really like to work with Iowa ARES and do some stuff between the Red Cross, between Iowa and us, and so the national MOU is quite wordy, very formal, lots of words there, and we said, okay, yeah, we can work with this. There's nothing there that doesn't cause us any problems, and that ARRL signed that with the National Red Cross, and then in Iowa. And with the region, ours is really one page. And we can send this out. But it really just says we're going to follow this national agreement, and we're going to work together and communicate and try to support each other. We don't know where that's going to go. I know they really like the concept of WinLink, to the point that they are putting in a VHF WinLink relay station at the Des Moines office. They've got the equipment. They're just waiting on a good day to go down and put the system in. They've been reluctant to do that because they didn't have a local contact. So we got them connected. John, why am I missing John's last name? KC0REM. Hallbrook. He's a current Red Cross volunteer on like the CPR first aid coursework instructor. And so he's volunteered to put his call sign on that station and to be the primary contact. And so we'll have a WinLink station at their office that can act as a relay so people in Polk County can directly check into that. As that was going on, Calvin on the Mingo repeater spun up and also another WinLink station. So there's going to be 2 servicing Polk County. But you know, the concept is there that if you're on VHF and you can do WinLink, you can check into it on a station and get email sent. So I think once that's done, I think the Red Cross is going to start looking around and seeing what else they can do. The heavy lift piece of this is going to be the counties with Red Cross offices. There is, like, that I know of, I was a former Red Cross volunteer. I was the head volunteer for the disaster action team out of Story County. I currently don't believe there are any, to speak of, volunteers in Story County anymore for the Red Cross. They almost all come out of Des Moines if there's a need. So they're very focused on their office locations. And so I don't anticipate that every one of us as an EC is going to have to reach out to the Red Cross office in your district, you know, Quad Cities or Cedar Rapids or Omaha or Council Bluffs or Des Moines or whatever. But it's in those hub locations, I think we will start to build some direct capacity there so that if the Des Moines office needs communications, we can deploy people to that office, and then maybe the disaster is actually in Hamilton County, and we're going to set the local teams to Hamilton County and a team to the Red Cross office and connect a talk path so they can get information. When I met with their representative, he told me the story that after the Cedar Rapids derecho, there were days that the Red Cross office in Omaha had no idea what the Red Cross office in Cedar Rapids was doing. They didn't have a way to communicate at all. They were completely in the dark. They hoped they had everything they need. They hoped they were responding. They couldn't get a hold of them. And their hot wash after that incident, they said, we're never going to do that again. We have to have a way to talk to other offices and understand what their needs are and what services they're providing. So that's what they're looking at us to be, that backup. So I think that's another expanding the mission of maybe it's voice comms, maybe it's digital traffic, maybe it's WinLink, but it's starting down that path of providing those services. So if you're in a county where you have a Red Cross office, we're probably going to look at having you reach out to the local office and make contact and kind of offer that services. But not yet. Let us sort of let them lay the groundwork so those people know to expect a call. You know, we want to kind of do that so that you're, you know, unless you already have a relationship, and I'm sure, you know, like Paul, you know, and some of the others, you have some of those relationships. I don't believe, Jason, there's any relationship in Des Moines. And that's not been that way for my entire ham career. Have I ever heard of the Red Cross in Des Moines having any relationship with the amateur radio community? So it's just kind of random to the offices. Barry.
So I'm a little concerned over this. I have no problem supporting Red Cross. I encourage everybody. That side of it's fine. Clint's telling us what the ham radio side looks like. I have no clue what the Red Cross side looks like. If the communications over there is like, the ham radio guys are going to come and take care of everything. I don't know what's being said. So I'm recommending caution in communications from your ARES group to Red Cross if you've got an office. And it's like, don't go in and promise the world. They may be asking for the world, but we need to know, you need to know what your capabilities are, and then we'll try and match them up with what their needs are. But the national MOU is like this wide. and so as that trickles down, I have no clue how individual offices interpret that. So I'm just a little cautious about how that's going to go, and I would rather have contact made from the east, from ARES to the Red Cross sooner rather than later, because if something happens someplace and they have high expectations, we don't want to be late to that party. So, and if somebody needs help, I'll say negotiating, making first contact, anything like that, I'm happy to step in where I'm requested. I'm not going to jump in front of a bus here. So,
thank you, Barry. Before we move on, anything else on Red Cross? Okay, so I'm interested in anyone who has an out-of-the-box mission that they're currently providing, or an idea that they'd like to flush out on a different, mission. I think that we had the call on Arden a few months back on the YouTube, or on the teams, and I think Arden is another one of those. And so I don't know that we need to get into that deep, because we kind of already understand what that is and how it can work. But I think that very much fits into that service that's not currently something that they think of that we provide. Anything anybody else has?
I'll just mention real quick.
Yeah.
Over in Potawatomi County, one of the main things that our EMA folks are asking us to do, and we have been doing, is that when they put out the volunteer fire department spotters in all the pre-assigned sites, the communication center assigns their talk group, and then they hand it off to EMA. They have us come in and basically do the dispatching duties for those volunteer firemen that are out there. It's all on 800 meg. A lot of times we will run a parallel net on the ham bands, but the main thing we're looking out for is going to be those volunteer firemen out there.
Yeah. Good. Another one that I know of that we've kind of bounced around, and Dan, District 1 DEC is not here. He's a fire chief, and they did have a fatality fire that his district responded to this week, and that's been tying up a lot of his personal time. So Dan's not able to join us, but he would otherwise be telling you about that their emergency management is going to provide damage assessment training to the ham community, and then basically be able to deploy amateur radio operators out doing the initial damage assessment, the drive-by windshield surveys. Typically, the state has a new app that you put on your phone. It works offline. You can take pictures. You collect the information on their little quick survey as you kind of creep down the street, and say, okay, we've got 5 houses destroyed and 2 houses that are major damage on this block. And all of that goes back into the system. There's a way you check your phone back in and download the data into their database, so they can say, okay, here's what we have preliminary. We're going to need a federal disaster declaration based off of this information. So that's very valuable in the first 48 hours to collect all that information. And some communities have systems in place to do that, bring in other county employees, and other counties don't. And so Dallas is looking at becoming trained in that. Story County, I've talked to my EMA, and they were very excited about that. I talked to my contacts at State Homeland Security. They were interested but cautious in the idea that they don't want to own it, they don't want to manage it, they want it to be a county resource, so that Marshall County can call Story County and say, can you send us a team? And Story County calls me as the EC and says, can you send your team over there? They don't want to have the state managing it. I sort of envision eventually we may be able to piece together multiple county teams, and it could be a state asset that I can help coordinate, much like when you call the Red Cross. You don't call the Polk County EMA and say, can you send the Red Cross from Des Moines out? They get a hold of the Red Cross at the regional level and say, can you deploy a team to Rock Rapids? And so we're not sure where that could go, but I think there's some initial groundwork being laid in Dallas that I think could expand into all of us becoming one of the missions as an early deployment damage assessment team. And so we wouldn't necessarily be passing all the damage assessment information over the radio, but we can sure dispatch people and coordinate and figure out who's going where and have situational awareness. and reporting in things that we see in the field while we're doing that damage assessment mission. And so I think that's another expanding the mission opportunity for us. Is there anything else? Barry?
I'm talking too much here.
You're in charge.
I wore clean clothes today. So my first comment is actually a question, and it's more to Eric. As I see something happening and EMA gets involved, I think partly in my mind, their first phone call is to their CERT people. And in areas where maybe that's not a big deal, it certainly is in Lynn County. And so we have a lot of hams involved in CERT, but I think the EMA calling ham radio to guys to come in and operate, if you don't know what's going on, that's a really bad thing. And so I'm thinking that the CERT people are maybe the first call because they do have some familiarity with what's going on. Another random comment here is, I know in St. Louis they've got very active Saturn, which is the Salvation Army's radio network, and it's really just a bunch of hams. But they go out and have their own exercises. They've got enough people to go and do things like that. So I think that there's hams involved in a lot of places that aren't just ham radio, and we should be aware of that.
Yeah. Eric, can you give a high level on CERT when you complete your comment?
Sure. I was going to say, so the Lynn County CERT team, I'm the assistant leader. Currently, the entire leadership team is hams for Lynn County CERT, including the Lynn County EMA operations officer, who is the overall CERT program manager. But there are many team members who are not hams and have no interest in becoming hams, which is fine. Ham radio is almost it's a value add, but it's not going to get your foot in the door anymore. And so I'd encourage people to do the CERT, and EMA is going to call CERT first because everyone on the CERT team has gone through a basic training. They've done the incident command training that they want. They've had a background check, and so they're a known quantity. And for the hams who are not on the CERT team, for our local ARES group, to be eligible to deploy to the EOC, to even get in the door, it's the incident command training, 100, 200, 700, 800, and a background check. And then they want additional training on the systems that are in there. So, I don't know. I see ARES as a training vehicle and a way to provide organized training to the amateur community, so that we can be a value add as part of another group, be it Red Cross or Saturn or CERT or whatever. Because it just showing up with the radio anymore is not enough.
Do CERT folks get issued an ID card with a picture on it?
Yes.
Yes.
I've got one for Jasper.
Because, the minute something happens, the highway patrol wants to block off the whole city.
That's right. So I've got my CERT, my Lynn County CERT with my picture on it and a barcode. And there's another one on the back, and it says I'm the local RACES officer as well. So it's got RACES and ham on here. And yeah, if you don't have some kind of credential, you're not getting in the door. And
couple things. So, talking with my local EMA, we've decided we encourage I encourage my ARES members to train with CERT, but we discourage them being a part of both teams. And the main reason we do that in Cerro Gordo County is our CERT team is very heavily just medical. It's the guy that runs it. He's also He works for, I think, one of the hospitals locally, and a great guy. They're a great team, but our missions are just slightly different. They're very similar. We do have credentials with EMA, but they're not CERT credentials. They say ARES on them, and that's I'm pretty sure my emergency manager just made them up, and we use them, and they get us in the door, and that's all we need. So I just wanted to comment on that we do train with them every once in a while for a lot of the basic stuff. We know each other. ARES is trained. We actually have a tabletop coming up here where ARES is going to be training on the CERT's communications trailer, and we're going to see how that works, getting some of our equipment put into that trailer and stuff. But I also wanted to comment on the out of the box ideas. When I do these tabletops with my EMA, I can't tell you how many issues that they've brought up in the exercises that I've solved with my Starlink, just throwing it out the window and being like, we can fix that right now. And to the point where now my county is buying a high-speed panel to put on top of their communications trailer, because while the Starlink Mini does really good and it solved a lot of issues for us, and it's actually solved a real issue for us in the an incident with a plow and some coax took out the internet at the EOC for a while, and my Starlink, he called me and was like, hey, do you have that? Yeah. But so now they're buying one, but I guess I just wanted to throw those out there. It's a cool thing to do. I like I said, I do encourage my team to train with CERT, and we do train with CERT, but especially with like the search and rescue stuff, there's a lot of, even within our county, we have an ISIX tower, and the county and towns around us all use it, but there's a lot of dead zones, and there's only one. Yeah.
It's every county is the CERT teams are run by the counties, or in Lynn County, Marion Fire started up their own CERT team as well, but there's some overlap there, and we train together. So yeah, your mission is going to be dependent on what the county wants. And we have a lot of overlap, and there's hams who do ARES and CERT and other things who are Red Cross and whatever, and there's some who are not, and it's just kind of the way it is. It all depends on what your local emergency management is going to want their team to do. So they would send us out for damage assessment. We're trained on that on CERT, but they wouldn't be sending out just any ham they don't know that they haven't trained, because that's just dangerous. We did do I wrote an MOU so that the CERT team could use the Lynn County repeaters owned by Cedar Valley Amateur Radio Club if we needed to. So there's a lot of overlap, and I think that's a good thing. But we also, for the ARES, we do the Skywarn. Yeah. And we have our own net for that, and then we're queued in. We're signed in on the National Weather Service as a Slack channel, and so we've got a direct feed into that. We were doing that yesterday, providing real-time reports. So that's a good thing for ARES to do.
Say too, not every county has adopted the CERT model, so be aware that just because certain counties have, for instance, Marshall County does, Story County does not.
Hope does not.
Hope does not. So they do not have CERT teams in those counties. They use different methods to fill those roles.
Yeah, I've had a conversation with Story County about why don't you have a CERT team? And they said, we don't want all the missions of CERT. We only need this and this, and we'd rather do it with a different mechanism. They're using the same funding that funds CERT to fund their stuff. They just don't call it CERT because they have a very focused mission, like through RSVP, to do some volunteer stuff. So each county can be unique in how they find their missions.
Story County EMA has a dedicated search and rescue team. So an explanation for why there's no CERT in my county, Story, was that they invested elsewhere. And Eric and I were talking about the Medical Reserve Corps, which Story County had one, but when that guy retired, no one stepped up to continue that. So
Same thing
yeah.
happened in Lynn County. Lynn County has no medical reserve corps anymore.
There's at least one county I'm aware of where there's frankly a horrible relationship between EMA and the ham community areas. The EMA folks went out and bought a bunch of GMRS radios, gave them to their CERT folks, and said, there we go. Don't need the hams at all, see you later.
Yeah, there's definitely some if we're not there, whether we're there or we just don't have a foot in the door, they're going to find a way to fill the need. Justin did bring up two things that I want to kind of reemphasize. I think another mission could be deploying Starlink terminals. If we have those, I had the idea at one point of maybe we should try to get a grant and fund some of those and deploy them around, and we can be the organization that goes out and sets those up for people. Unfortunately, there's not any FEMA grants that we would have tapped into to fund those like there were in the past, so we probably potentially missed the boat for the short term on a lot of that. And then the other thing was, if we have all the same people doing all the jobs, when it happens, your phone's going to be ringing for 4 different things, and you can only wear one hat at a time. I know that's a problem for me because I'm the state RACES officer and also the state ARES leader and also the Story County EC, and I very much recognize I can't do all of those things at once. And so having people to do the work and delegate is important, and so we have to be careful that we don't take on everything because then we're not going to be able to provide. My former EMA coordinator, his favorite saying was under promise and over deliver. And I don't know if I ever had a conversation with him that he didn't bring that into the conversation at least once. And so that's something that we need to be cognizant of. I do think it's lunchtime. We could probably get into a little bit more of this at the end of the session because this is a great conversation, and I think we're really kind of getting a lot of ideas around best practices. So I want to break for lunch. It is 12:06. We'll be back at 1:06. During the break, I'm going to set up some of the deployables I brought. If you have something in the vehicle you want to grab to show off as a deployable. If this is well received, maybe this will be a feature in all of our meetings, is anybody who has a deployable that's new in development and you want to show it off, it just kind of spreads ideas. So I'll get those set up over the lunch break. Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right, hopefully everybody got a good lunch. We'll keep moving here. Let's see. Next thing I'm going to go to is the Deployables Roadshow. And so what I've sort of envisioned this is just an opportunity to kind of see some stuff that people can build out to have as tools in in your toolbox. You know, when you start looking at you know, building a good relationship with an agency, and it's like, hey, we could put some equipment in. I would highly encourage you to look at antenna and coax as your first purchase for those facilities that you know you're going to operate in, because you can do that and put in 3 antenna drops and 1, you know, go kit and service multiple sites. So it's a way to stretch your money. Be a lot more flexible with it. And so that's kind of where the thought process is when we did some of our stuff. Go ahead, Eric.
It can also be cheaper to just run the coax and then the antenna on the roof. You know, we like at the sheriff's department.
In Lynn County, in the sheriff's department, there's a dual band vertical on the roof and just coax run into their radio room. And then when we operate out of there, we just bring something with and hook it up there. And that's a lot more cost effective than having a station that gets used once a year sitting there doing nothing.
Right, yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Is just pre-deploying a coax and an antenna into a drop to a likely location, labeling it well, multiple spots along the line, because when they do a remodel, a contractor will come along and cut stuff. But yeah, if you can work out an agreement with that, then you can build a deployable kit to come in and hook up to that, and you're ready to go. But you've got the hardest part done, especially in the dark or in the winter. So I think what I'd like to do is just have everybody get up, and we'll go stand behind the table, and Eric can join me, and we'll talk about the kits that we brought briefly and just kind of explain what their functions are, our thought process with it. And then we'll move to the next item. Look at that. Technology. You even have a monitor to watch.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
Yeah. So I got this if you just want to hang on to that for yourself.
Okay.
You can go stand over there and we'll get to you. Is that yours on the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Awesome.
The black
we'll
bag.
have a 3-person show here. So I'll start off. Story County got a grant from Homeland Security 10, 12 years ago to buy equipment. And so we have 2 full sets of this stuff that I'll show you for the Story County owns. Basically, we have 14 handhelds. There's 7 in this box. And these are marine radios, but they have 40 Part 90 channels in them. So we have them programmed with the first 20 channels are ham radio, so local repeaters, simplex, that sort of stuff. We've got all the mirrors in there, the weather service, local repeaters, no transmitters, and then we have a series of VTAC and channels for interoperability. So we could hand these to other amateurs, we could hand these to the public, put them on mirrors and say, here, this is an unlicensed service. Or if we had to, we could hand them and put them on a interoperability channel on VHF and have a dispatcher tie that to an 800 or 700 system and have some interoperability through these. So they're pretty versatile, and there's just one cord on a power strip to charge them. So we have this one that lives at my house, and then there's another one of these that lives in our county trailer on a timer, and so every Friday it charges. but it doesn't run constantly because it's not good for the batteries to have them on constant charge. So they get topped off every Friday. A couple of mag-mounted antennas. Every radio, when it goes out, it gets a little care package. It's got a clamshell for AA's, a cigarette charger, and a speaker mic. And so you get handed a little baggie. You get handed a copy of the cheat sheet for how to use the radio, and a little mini 217 of what's in it, so what the channels are. Keep a programming cable in there. And so this has been pretty handy. They've actually used these in Dallas County at one of the Ragbri stops. We flipped them to another programming channel temporarily and loaned them out for them to use them. We've used them for parking cars at an airport thing that we did, and we had non-hams using them on yours. We did have to jump channels because we could hear Walmart. Walmart uses mirrors, if you didn't know. They have a grandfather, they can use mirrors on their commercial. So we have 2 of these, 14 handhelds, and they're just kind of a nice feature to have for ourselves, or for, if there's a group that, needs them for an event. So that's an EMA asset. This.
Explain what mirrors is for anyone that doesn't know.
Multi-use radio system.
Yeah, multi-use radio system. It's in the same category as CD and FRS. So CD is like on the verge of being HF. These are 151 megahertz, I think. Yep. So they're VHF, and so that's why they work for Weather Service and for us on 2 meters. That's why we went with these versus mirrors, so that we can use them for the local repeater. So.
And no licensing.
Correct. They are low power. They're like 1 or 2 watts max power on yours because they're licensed, just like FRS is. But yeah, they serve a need. We actually, our county has a trailer, a command trailer, and it has a VTAC repeater in it, and so they'll actually get onto that repeater too. So they check a lot of boxes for us. They were like 120 a radio. We were going to look at Baofangs for $20 or 25, and the quality difference, and these are, these are Part 90 certified. So there was just really no question on this was a better option for us. So we have 2 of these. These are kind of just the mobile go box, and we kind of envision like, hey, you could have the handhelds talk to one of these as like a base station. And so we've set, like, we did an exercise where we set this up at Story City Fire, sent people off with the handhelds, tested the range, have them send them in all directions, just to kind of get a feel for what we could do with this. And so it's just got a dual band ham radio, and then there's commercial radio on VHF, so we can do all the same stuff that those can do on VHF. So power supply. There's a signal link, so we can do digital stuff with it. All the books have have blank 213s, have the ICS 217, so it's everything that's in either radio has a 217. So when you show up to an incident, you can hand the COML the 217 and say, here's our capabilities, and they can take that and then plug it into the system and say, okay, you can do this, thank you, I can put that on. Otherwise people are like, oh, I got radios, I don't know what they do. So that's why 217s are really important. There's just a lot of other message forms. There's the 214s in here. In the back, we've got like signal link manual, the radio manuals. So some scratch paper. So I just kind of keep a little kit of materials that can go out with those. So this is one of the other pieces that goes with this set. There's 2 of these fiberglass masks from MFJ. We took out the top 2 or 3 sections because they're just too flimsy. And so we have a ground plane kit that can go on top, and then use one of these they're the CA2X4SRB. Basically what that is a dual band broadband antenna. So we'll do mirrors and GRMS, FRS, and ham on 2 meter 440. It's very broad banded. And so those are a really good antenna because they can kind of check a lot of boxes. And so it took me a while to Tetris 2 masts and 2 antennas in there. The antennas actually have to go in like that. And then the 4th piece of the kit is just this support tub down here. And it's got the ground plane radials, coax, mag mounts, and some chunks of fire hose that we use to shut things in the door. You put the coax in the fire hose, it's got a slit in it. When the door slams on it, it's not going to damage the fire hose, the coax is protected. So that works pretty well for those support kits. The next section is just my stuff that I brought out. You know, I picked up a little QIT radio somewhere. It's like 20, 30 watts. Stuck it in a box, and it's got a cigarette plug. And so you can kind of just grab a mag mount in this and hand it to somebody and say, here's a radio if you need to do something with it. This is my APRS tracker, so it's got a Motorola radio. Figured out that the Motorola can power the TinyTac 3 tracker, and that feeds power to the GPS. So basically, you just take the mag mount and the antenna, and then the GPS, and you slap all that out of the vehicle, plug it into a cigarette plug, and you know you got an ambulance or a water truck or whatever at a marathon that's got comms, and you know where it is the whole time. So those are nice to deploy. There's a primary APRS channel, and then we use 144.34 as a backup when we don't want to bombard the regular APRS channel. We kind of pull off and go off on our own on a separate channel usually for those events. Little kit here to different ways to hang the antennas in the vehicle, so sticky and suction cup and zip ties, because we've had some trouble getting things to stick to fiberglass bodies and such, especially the bus. And aluminum, yes. Yep. So we've been stuck in an airport shuttle a few times, and it's like there's nothing to stick a mag mount on or hang coax up or anything. So this is just a dual band can hood that I mounted to a power supply, and it just turns and sits in this box. And so there's no antenna on it, but it's got, you know, a roll-up J-pole antenna, chunk of coax, some cord if I want to hang it from a tree. So it's pretty versatile just to have a little portable, you know, that'll do 90% of what your mission is probably, of just showing up and putting on a mobile, finding some place to plug it in. You can unhook the power pole and find a battery and plug it into that and not use the power supply if you don't have power. This is my original Go kit. And so it's got a 2-meter ham and a dual band ham radio in it. And I've got an extra chunk of coax if I need to put the SWR meter in, and it's got a power supply. There's a signal link in there. You can run data through it. And I've used that at a lot of events as net control, and that works really well. That way you can monitor 2 frequencies at once when you have 2 radios in there. The most expensive thing in this box is either the radio or the shelf, because I had somebody build the shelf, and then when they handed me the bill, I about fell out of my chair. That cost quite a bit. I would never do that again. And so the solution that I went to was this for the shelf. There's no penetrations through the box. It's just a wood frame and lots of weird angles, and it just slides in. And so it functions the same, just with a whole lot less money. And then the last thing I picked up through Kickstarter is called a solder. It's just a portable soldering station, and it's just got all the pieces to it. So it's not a radio, but it's still deployable. And if you need to fix something, it just fits in this. All of it fits in this one bag. It's got a soldering iron. I don't have the battery with it, but it comes with USB cable, solder wick, little helping hands here, and so it's just kind of a neat little kit that you can, you know, deploy and do soldering. So I just thought I would show some of this, give you some ideas, different ways to do stuff. Eric, you're up.
Okay, I'm up. This is the box I built to use to support the public service events that CBARC works. I learned 2 things. One, use 1/2-inch plywood, not 3/4, because it's really heavy. And the other thing is make sure your table saw is all squared up, because my friend's wasn't, and that led to some challenges. But in here I've got a 30-amp switching power supply with a cigarette lighter adapter on the front. That'll power everything on here. I've got CB, GMRS. The D700 here is configured as a digipeater, and then the V71 dual band, dual receive VHF and UHF to do ham. And then there's trim on the front so that the trays won't come out the front when you pull on the microphone, but they all slide out the back. I've got the GPS receiver for the digipeater, and then I've done a lot of 3D printing so that, like, here's the CB, everything's all wired up so that all I have to do is pull these out of the box and connect everything up, and away we go. Everything's fused. I can feed it from the power supply or from a battery or somebody else's power supply or whatever. My design philosophy is that something's going to break, and I should make it real easy to swap out equipment if I need to. So that's how I run it. And then this is just a box with extra wires and the power pole to USB so you can charge a phone or whatever. Got a nifty manual in here, and then the most important thing is some kind of box with connectors in it. If you go to a ham fest, sometimes there'll be somebody there selling connectors. Buy them all, because I can do anything from like reverse SMA to whatever you want, to N, and somebody's going to show up and they're going to have some weird connector on the end of their cable, and now we can use it.
Well, I don't know if you'd really call this a Go box. It's more of I call it a pack radio. It's basically, think of it in terms of a HT on steroids. The radio itself it's an Anytone 779. It's a mobile unit, and I just have that connected. The frame is it's called Armolock. And the frame just goes on there, and then you can attach other things. And I just put this together last week, so it's still pretty redneck with electrical tape and zip ties and whatnot. But there are some commercial adapters where you can connect things onto that. And it's just currently powered by just a little lithium battery. And I still have the cigarette plug on there. I do intend I want to splice into that and connect power poles onto it just to make it easier, because that cigarette plug actually takes up quite a bit of room and space in there. But it did come in handy. We had a race this past Sunday, and DeJure and I were out in the kind of the most remote location at a half marathon turnaround point out in the boonies, and we weren't covered by repeater very well in that area. We're using HTs, and we ended up going to Simplex, and where we're having trouble getting into Jason with HTs. And I had that, and I literally took the strap, wrapped it around a tree, and just hung it there. We were at a little aid station, and it's got enough volume. I just turned the volume up, and we could hear it fine. And if we needed to call in, we'd just grab that, and worked real well. Just basically, I look at it as a HT on steroids. It just has a lot more oomph than a regular HT. But what I wanted, the intent behind it was something that I could have on my person, so that I could walk and work and operate and do whatnot and still have more performance than an HT, rather than something that I have to set down and completely set up and be locked to that location. So it's essentially just a radio, a single radio, but has a little more capabilities than what a standard HT would.
So you're actually mobile.
So I can be portable, truly portable and moving, but still have the radio capabilities.
Very nice. Anybody have questions?
I'm getting comments from my guys who are watching the live stream.
Are you doing a giveaway?
No.
Whoever buys the most merch gets so many points?
Right, yeah. Smash that like button.
Yeah.
So what should these is like bare bones, which would be the most bare bones thing that?
I mean, everybody starts with a handheld. We give away these Baofangs at licensing classes. They'll get you on the air, get you past the mic fright, but I think they're a very good backup radio, but I wouldn't really recommend anybody use a Baofeng as their primary radio. Invest in something that's probably either a higher end Chinese radio or one of the Japanese ones from ICOM, Kenwood, Alinco, Yaesu, something like that as an HD. That's kind of where I'd start. Once you get to the point where it's like, okay, we're not able to hit it simplex, right, that he was talking about, then, okay, now we need to start looking at more capabilities. It's external antennas on a handheld or a mobile radio, you know, with some sort of alternative antenna. You know, it's maybe a mag mount with your HT, and so you put the mag mount outside your car, and you can use the ground plane. It's remarkable what you can do with a mag mount and an HT versus just an HT with the standard stock antenna. But eventually, you know, if you want more power, you know, there's something like this guy that's 20, 30 watts. It's a little bit bigger than an HT, but it's not that big and awkward to carry around if you're not moving around. Or you get a 50 watt radio on a power supply or a battery if you're going to be kind of in a fixed position, whether that's you're sitting in your vehicle at an aid station or you're sitting at a Red Cross shelter. I think I'd start looking at 50 watt radios at that point. You know, in a real pinch, I was doing an exercise, the National Disaster Medical System exercise, and it was at the hospital on an HT, 3 miles over to the repeater. The paramedic came in, turned down the air conditioner. I lost connection to our local repeater because of the RF noise from the air conditioner. So I went out to the vehicle, turned on a crossband repeater, which is essentially, you know, one of these will do crossband repeat. And so my handheld is on a UHF frequency through the mobile in the vehicle over to the VHF repeater, and I'm getting out still. So there's some techniques you can do to kind of force multiply if you need to be handheld portable, but still need the power of mobile. That's where a personal crossband repeater can help out. But do not try that without fully testing it and exercising it, because it can go terribly wrong and you have nothing if you don't know what you're doing. But that's kind of the progression I would say to look at for Go Kits. Eric will tell you that is heavy. Having a shack in a box can get heavy. And so I've sort of moved myself away from that concept to a very deployable, what I can reasonably carry if I have to. And then I'll make multiple trips or find one of you to carry it for me, and we can, you know, piece this together and build a modular system versus having to do it all in one kit. So that's kind of why I've got so many little boxes anymore than just one big box. That's a long answer to your question.
It almost seems like a Voltron of radio setups.
It is, there is no end to the amount of money that you can spend. So it's taken me many, many years to build an arsenal. Any other, yes?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about digital radios, okay.
Yeah.
Like D-Star, Fusion, that sort of thing, and also amateur TV, ATV. I don't think most of the agencies are gonna have TV capability. That seems like something we could really bring, that would be a help.
Yeah, in the right need, right? I mean, sometimes what they don't necessarily need pictures or video, maybe they do, you know, and that's where ATV comes in. I think potentially better than that would be to look at doing something like Arden and then Wi-Fi cameras, or not Wi-Fi, but wired, you know, Ethernet camera type things, and send like streaming video that way versus trying to do slow scan or something. The digital piece is kind of fractured. There's different pockets of different types of services. In the end, when all else fails, that includes the internet, and DMR now just becomes another regular repeater, no different than your analog. It just sounds different, but it doesn't go any further. So I am not the biggest fan of relying on digital radio networks, digital voice, and so I kind of want to push to RF linked repeaters. That's really something I've been pushing to a lot of people. So, what's that? Huh?
I think that's our next topic.
Is it the next topic? Well, look at that transition. Thank you. I do have a method in my madness, I suppose. So yes, they serve a purpose. I think the DMR statewide We've got the capability at the State Emergency Operations Center. I think that DMR is a good calling channel. Your initial, like, where is everybody? If it's working, you can meet there. But if you start looking at it of Brainmeister doesn't let us control the different talk paths and block out everything else but one talk path, you can start losing messages because you're getting bonked, or you're not hearing what you're not hearing because somebody else is using the time slot, thank you, the time slot for another channel. They're talking to Europe and having a rag chew while you're trying to have an emergency communications network, and you can't block that out. So there's some limitations with this TDMA stuff and DMR that I think we need to accept, that if it's a net and you're checked in and you want to hear every single message, DMR has a lot of limitations, let alone the internet connectivity requirement. So that's why I'm big on RF linked repeaters that we can control from A to Z. Anyone else? Okay. Let's grab our chairs and we'll move to the next topic.
Yeah. The most expensive part of that is the frame. The frame itself.
Yeah, the price those are.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, there's nothing cost effective about it. It was more than the radio. The radio was only about $100.
But for your Baofeng radio, probably the first thing I'd get would be a longer antenna for it.
Yeah, just some kind of high gain antenna, and then this is
stock antenna. It's just not worth much.
And this is a counter.
I gotta go back and catch some of this morning stuff I blew past. So let's do the YouTube training, and then we'll do around the section. Kind of pick those up. I don't think they'll take very long. Okay, I think we got everybody back at the tables. The next thing I want to talk about briefly is just the monthly YouTube training. Teams has let me down. The first month we didn't get it. We recorded it. I couldn't access the recording because it kicked me out of the meeting, and it's saved in the chat. And I thought it was a bug, and so we reset the recording link, the meeting link, and we tried it again. And last month it did the exact same thing. And so I started bugging Microsoft, and I got them to admit it's never worked. The recordings are there. They can't figure out how to get me back into the chat, and maybe someday they'll figure out how to fix it. But rest assured, their engineers are on it. And so apparently, YouTube, when you do the Teams for a personal account, like a home account, it's just rebranded Skype. They bought Skype, they put their name on it, it's the same system. If you're a business user, you're using actual Teams, and they're not the same system and they don't interoperable. We've ever had like people join a meeting and it's like, I have an account, why am I in the lobby? It's because the two systems have the same name, but they're not really interchangeable. So my plan is between now and Thursday, I'm going to buy a business license, send out a new link, and we will have real teams running those. And I looked into it, and it's still cheaper for me to do that than it is to buy a Zoom license. And so that's why I'm going to stick with Teams, because I'm already paying for Microsoft Word and Excel and all of that stuff. So adding the business Teams isn't that much more than having Microsoft and Zoom. So that's sort of the solution to that. I'm disappointed that the recordings happened and I can't get to them and post them. I thought some of that was really good content. Maybe not the one that I did, but definitely the one that the state went through with Steve. So that's sort of where that lands. I am most definitely looking for suggestions and bonus points to anybody who has a suggestion on something they'd like to present. And I really want to look at the taskbook items and see how many of those we can do as a group. The whole purpose of that training was an EC with 3 people, that's a lot to ask to train their people on everything. And as a state level, we can do training together and get everybody the same message and help take the load off the local EC. And so that's why we wanted to do that statewide training stuff. So I'm going to try to keep mixing it up and do, a combination of administrative topics, technical topics, kind of keep it variety, but also want to try to work through some of the task book stuff. Just kind of want to open it up. Anybody have comments on the teams training? And we will do our best to get it posted to YouTube so it's there for the future. Okay, good. Next topic I had was around the section. So in my role, I'm getting people telling me, hey, we did this, and it was really neat. And I thought, that's great. Everybody else should hear about the successes in the area. And so I asked a couple of people to talk about some of the things that they've been doing, and just thought the rest of you might get inspired by it. So Justin, you were one. If you can kind of basically repeat to me what you told me on the phone that time, because that was just a really interesting story about, start from where the beginning, right? What you started with, and tell us the story.
I guess I sort of remember the phone call, but I can tell you where we're at right now and stuff. And if there's a specific thing you want to hear about, let me know.
Well, so where did you start from?
I called you after leaving a...
No, I mean, where did your group start from?
Oh, nothing.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
literal.
the point.
It was less than nothing because the EC before me in Sarasota County had left such a bad taste in everyone's mouth. It hams as well as served agencies, and I know I'm not the only one. I know that, but we've come up quite a ways. We've have a decent relationship. I know I've talked about EMA already, and as well as there's some others. There's a police officer that is a ham, and he's now the president of one of the amateur radio clubs in the area, and I've been talking with him about sitting down with the Mason City PD and stuff, and just kind of chatting with them, see what they might need or want from us, if anything. So yeah, I mean, we've gone from zero to a place where I feel comfortable that I have a team that's capable. Even when, like last week, we had weather moving all across the state. I'm sure we're all aware. I was down here in Grimes, and so I didn't even have capability to be there with my team, but I knew the Skywarn net was activated as it needed to be according to our SOP that I have written, and logs were being sent to me via WinLink, and I just picked them up the next day, and it all worked well, so yeah, I guess I don't know what else you want me to say. I could talk for a long time.
How long you been in EC?
Less than, maybe about a year.
Yeah. So I think what that really is telling us, that with good communication and building that relationship, we can really get a team off the ground and have something in a short turnaround. I just want to say good job to Justin for really stepping in and sort of mending that relationship and sort of providing some structure in the local area. So
yeah, and
yeah,
very slowly. It helps that the EC that left had a relationship with the emergency manager that was in the office at the time, and that emergency manager left around the same time that EC left, so it was a little bit easier simply because the guy that came in knew almost nothing about it, so I was like, well, let's just not talk about it. And he's very interested in amateur radio. Once he kind of saw what we could do, once I not so much telling him what capabilities we have, but just, hey, I'm a ham, he was at least open to the conversation. So, but ultimately, yeah, it was a very slow process. And there still is, the hospital is a great example. And our hospital, I was told just the other day, I was talking to the emergency manager, and he was telling me, I think he was the one that told me that our local hospital, as an emergency communications plan, just has the word amateur radio written, and there's nothing else there. And so, like, I've been trying to figure out who I need to talk to there to be like, hey, can we, work something out? But yeah, it's just a process. It's just, yeah, don't like what Clint was saying, under promise and over deliver.
Thank you. Let's see. Is there anybody here from Indianola, Warren County? Ah, there you are. Okay, I knew so, are you good with telling a little bit about what you've been doing once a month?
Well, our EMA has changed leadership a couple years ago, and I'm very new into this. Brad had a really good relationship with the previous EMA, and we're kind of back on the ground floor rebuilding that. Personally, I'm trying to get up to speed. I've only been EC for just a couple months now, and I'm just trying to kind of get on the ground, get my feet on the ground here. But there hasn't really been any significant progress made yet, but it's mostly due to my time. But we do have a pretty strong storm spotting net that we're at least trying to go through the exercises and the practice, which is really important that we do practice.
And you're doing a watch party, right?
Oh yeah. For the teams meetings every month, our entire group, usually about 10 of us, will go over to where we meet for our club meetings and do the watch party for the teams meetings. So we kind of get engaged in more than one way that way, because hams they like to get together anyway, and it's just another reason to get together, and then we can talk about it afterwards.
Yeah.
So that works pretty well.
Yeah, I really liked that idea when he told me he was doing that. I was like, well, I didn't think about that, but that's great. And Paul, are you guys doing something similar? Did I hear?
We are doing monthly meetings. We were lucky in that about a year and a half ago, local EMA asked a couple of hands to come in and say, hey, do you guys have an organization going? And well, no, but we can get one going. And so that's how we kind of got started. He's been really, really good about giving us a list of what equipment you want and how much it costs and where to get it. We gave him a list. He went and got it. We installed it all. So basically, this last year we spent a lot of time doing infrastructure work.
Yeah.
This year we need to go back and start doing more intensive training with the rank and file members and get them up to speed. We did do a tabletop last fall, which really indicated to me that we got some work to do. So I want to get more tabletops going and get the EMA folks involved with those tabletops so we can gear what we learn and what we teach to what they need.
Good, thank you. Eric, we could spend a while on everything you guys have done in Lynn, but just wanted to kind of give you a chance to talk about some of the success stories you've had. You've been on 13 months now?
It was April 1st last year.
Yeah, no joke, huh?
So I was kind of in the same situation. The previous EC had provided no transition whatsoever. There was no documentation. There was essentially I had to restart everything from scratch, and that was kind of a bonus. It was easier that way.
Oh, now we've got a website and things like net scripts, all those are published. Anybody can download them and follow along. We've started to increase the number of net controls we have because of that. I think the biggest thing is that the EMA operations officer who had his license didn't really do much with it. He retired. And the new one came up. He was from St. Louis, and he worked in New Mexico for their emergency management. And he's an extra class ham, big into digital stuff, and so he's been a real big advocate for amateur radio. He's the CERT program manager for Lynn County, so he's kind of been the driving force for a lot of it. So we've shamelessly stolen a lot of things from the St. Louis group. We have a Skywarn radio operations manual with scripts and procedures and just things spelled out of what we expect and how we want people to operate. We've been doing, let's see, for about 8 months, we did the first Sunday of each month. The local ARES net was a Skywarn training net. We started to see diminishing returns on the check-ins, so we've moved it to once a quarter now. But the last couple of weeks, we've had some Skywarn, real-world events, and that training has proven very valuable because the reports we got were, succinct and to the point in what we needed, and there wasn't a lot of, nonsense. It's not raining here. It's like, thanks. So we've been doing monthly meetings. They usually last a couple hours. They're at emergency management. So we get to use their facility and all their AV tools. And I've just kind of been working the task book, and that kind of drives our meetings.
Yeah.
Seems to be working.
Yeah, I'm impressed with some of the stuff you guys are doing. It's inspirational to the rest of us to step up.
And I've been, we have a Zoom account for the Cedar Valley Amateur Radio Club, so they've graciously allowed us to use that. So I've been streaming our meetings, the ARES meetings. And so on our webpage, I've got the Zoom link on there. And so anybody's welcome to join. I think I've put it on the statewide groups.io as well. And last weekend we did a public service event training exercise that Laura and DeJour attended. And then the next day, did you both do the marathon? No, just DeJour. And set you up for some success, didn't it? So it's
I'm waiting for RAGBRAI through Marshall County.
It's just train.
Awesome, thank you. Anybody else really want to toot their own horn? Okay. I mentioned RF repeater linking. I just kind of wanted to mention that again. I really think that's if we go to a certain agency and I've heard this from several people that the only thing my EMA has ever asked me for is a backup method to the state EOC. And if you go in and you say, oh, we've got just the thing, we've got this DMR repeater, and it'll be the backup. And I think we're doing ourselves a disservice, and we're being somewhat dishonest if we don't explain to them we're just using the internet. And if we don't come clean with that, that eventually could be a real black eye that they'll be able to see that we're not really doing something that meets them when all else fails, if it's just one step away from picking up a cell phone. And so that's why I've really been trying to push the idea that RF linking, and I'm not saying it's not DMR, I'm just saying that maybe it's like the idea we've talked about, some long haul RF, microwave links or something. It serves a purpose, but I'd really love to see us figure out a way to link repeaters using maybe our microwave and All-Star and link repeaters that way. And I kind of like the idea of All-Star because the average person doesn't have to buy different equipment to use the regular repeater they've always used, and it's just digital on the back end versus you got to buy all new DMR equipment and it sounds weird, or System Fusion, and understand how to program it. So I think there's a DMR and Fusion and D-Star are a tool in the toolbox, but I'm pushing for this, internet disconnected systems to just be kind of honest with ourselves about what we're really going to provide. Yeah.
The DMR net controls, I can confidently tell you that it's not robust enough to rely on for emergency communications. On a good day, it's flaky. The masters don't want to talk to each other, and so I get 25 check-ins because anyone on a different master server we can't hear. It's just, no.
Yeah. So like I said, it's a good calling tool to get somebody to find, okay, I've been trying for 10 minutes, I finally got a connection, where do I go to check in? And then you send them off to something a little more reliable. It serves that function, and we can coordinate if it's working. But it's not ready for the main channel stuff. So anything else on linked repeaters? Okay. So the set and other exercises. We had the set suggested scenario. You're not required to do it on that weekend. You're not required to use our scenario, but it was provided to help spear along some activity. And so I encourage everyone to have an exercise every year, whether it's the National Disaster Medical System and you're working at the airport with the VA system, or you're going to have a simulated emergency test just through ARES, whatever it might be. I encourage every team to have an exercise of some sort. And so just kind of wanted to mention that. If somebody has ideas for a good set that we could send out as a statewide kind of template, and it can be a statewide day that we do it on, but it doesn't have to be. So if you have feedback on that, let me know.
I'd like to say that
Last year's set, I liked the part of the scenario was get your information out of your county. And we were able to do that with somebody in a neighboring county who, still had internet and could get our message out. And I thought that was a very realistic component to it.
Very.
I invited Dave here, K0 DPL, to come today because he's one of the net controls on the 75-meter net, and I very much want the traffic net folks to be aware of what ARES is talking about, what's going on across the state. I wanted them to hear a little bit about the Red Cross thing, and so I would like to have you give 2 cents on what do you think from the state EOC side?
Mm-hmm.
What are they looking for?
So if you're not aware of how the state EOC operates, they only want to talk to the county EOC. They don't want reports coming in from across the state of trees are down and everything. That all needs to run through the county level. And so if we're going to be doing statewide nets, it's got to be coordinated with a county. A guy out in the woods talking on an HF radio, I don't know what that's going to be valuable to us, because most of our disasters are last mile, and so we're really trying to get information from the tornado path out to somebody who's got infrastructure who can do relays. And so that's really where I put a lot of my effort. But if we don't have a statewide linked repeater network and the internet's not working, then NVIS on HF is the answer. That's the only method we've really got at that point. And so if you've got a vertical at your house and you're like, I could never hear anybody, it's you. It's not us. You need to know what NVIS is and understand how those systems work and the maximal usable frequency and all of the pieces that go with that to do short-range comms. Because I tell people when they're like, oh, I want to talk to my brother in Omaha as a backup plan, and I'm in Des Moines. I'm like, that is the most difficult connection to make. If he was in California, we got you. We could set you up, and you guys can talk on 20 meters all the time. But talking to him in Omaha is going to be very difficult because of the way NVIS works. So I love HF. I love to do Parks on the Air. Paul and I made a comment 10 years ago when we were at an exercise and deploying equipments in the field. It's like, why does nobody else set up equipment and go to the field, before Parks on the Air? And now it's remarkable. Everybody's setting up in the field now. I really enjoy that stuff, but when it comes to emergency communications, our biggest request is going to be last mile comms from the disaster scene over to the EOC or the neighboring county EMA office, and they're going to relay to Des Moines. And so I think HF plays a role in that as the when all else fails piece. but just realize that it's not the final answer. And this is completely my opinion, and other people are going to dispute me. We just live in a very disaster unprone area. We don't have major earthquakes. We don't have hurricanes. The derecho is about as worse as we're going to get because flooding doesn't really take out that much infrastructure. We've kind of prepared for that. So other than derecho, we're pretty lucky when it comes to big disasters in this state.
I'm old enough to remember there was no 2 meters. I remember early people having old Motrax and boat anchor FM units on 9.4 simplex, and in those days there was no internet, of course, there was no fiber. Ma Bell was expensive, and so the ham model was you go to where you got to go and you put up a 75-meter dipole and you go from there. Yep. And I went to Charles City back in 1968, whenever the tornado was up there, and it was outbound traffic was on 20, inbound traffic was on 75, and that's just the way it was. And now we've got, like you said, we've got 2 meters, we got linked, we got all kinds of things going on with DMR and stuff. And it's just an entirely different picture today than what it was a long time ago. So I don't know where I was going with that, old man here. But I wanted the 75-meter net folks to at least be aware of the discussions that are going on in ARES. I do not want to have ARES ignoring the traffic folks, and I don't want the traffic folks ignoring ARES. Yeah. I think we've each got a piece of the pie here.
Yeah, I think that, to me, ARES isn't that concerned with message traffic leaving the state. That's a very bad day if Des Moines is asking us to talk to somebody out of state. That's just not probably going to be real common. But HF traffic nets moving messages, health and welfare messaging and that sort of thing. Yeah, that's their bread and butter. That's not what really ARES is doing.
One thing you bring up messaging is, for the sake of the net, state EOC, local EOCs, they're going to want messages in an ICS 213 format. So that's how they're going to want it sent and received. Now, if you've got a way to wrap that around and that's your jam, then cool. But know that you're going to get a message in an ICS 213 form, and it's going to be expected to be delivered in an ICS 213 form on the other end. So that's just the world that they're living in and how that's going to work. They have to have those forms, they're FEMA standard forms, and that's part of their request for reimbursement when they summarize the entire incident.
Yeah. Okay. Does that cover what you expected, Barry? Okay. Let's see, where are we at now? Okay, statewide comms plan. That was the next topic that I had down. What I'm really looking to do is I've found some ancient RACES documentation with some HF frequencies that RACES monitors. If you've got a RACES authorization, there's 2 frequencies in there, and it says we're going to do 80 meters during the day and 40 meters at night. And I thought, well, that doesn't make any damn sense. So I think there's a typo on that letter that used to go out. But we probably should have a little more robust frequency plan, communications plan for the state than just that letter. And so I'm looking for ideas on what we really want to put into a statewide plan, and I think it's going to be a joint ARES RACES plan. And so let me explain the piece about RACES. In this state, RACES really serves 2 functions. One is if the president ever declares the War Powers Act and kicks all amateur radio off the air, the exception is RACES authorized stations acting on behalf of a served agency, like Homeland Security or your local EMA. And so RACES serves to provide those authorizations to people. Tom Rice stepped down January 1st, and I took over. I was his deputy for a number of years, and now I'm the state RACES officer. I can sign those requests. They do have to be signed by your local emergency manager. In Story County, the EMA said we want the EC to proof every one of those before we put a signature on it. So they all feed through the EC, which happens to be me. So I'm sort of on both ends of the spectrum in that county, and every other county, that's you. You know, your EMA may want you to be the go-between because they don't want random people emailing them a form to sign and saying, sign this. And it's like, who are you? So just know that that's a thing. I need to do some more diligence on getting the forms out so people can complete them and send them back to me through the chain. I think, in talking to my contacts at Iowa Homeland Security, we're going to probably establish just an email address that's generic so that when I move on, it's still there and it's just a generic email inbox that those come to. So it's a little more agnostic. Anyway, so the second function of RACES is to operate the radio station at the State Emergency Operations Center. And so there's a team of people, mostly just Tom and Tom down there, that go in and operate a Wednesday net with FNARS. It's a FEMA radio system, and talk to Denver and sometimes Texas on the FEMA channels. It's an HF radio with like 700 watts, and they do that every Wednesday. But I kind of want to do more with that and do some EOC to state EOC nets, maybe once a quarter, to give you an opportunity to prove that we've got a path and to test it out. I did some work with Paul because he wanted to demonstrate it with his EMA, and so I went in and operated the station there, and we tried some stuff and had some success and had some failures, and we learned for next time. You know, there's the Quad Cities nuclear plant is having an exercise next month, and so I'm working with a couple of the counties on the eastern Iowa to participate in that exercise and see how we can make connection. But I really want to kind of provide an opportunity that if you've got a relationship with your EMA and you want to demonstrate or practice using their equipment to make that connection to Des Moines, that's sort of a regular thing. But we need to have a communications plan for how those things are going to happen, what frequencies are we going to be monitoring, how that gets activated. And so I think it can also have implications to your local level. We have a statewide simplex chart where every county is assigned at least one simplex frequency. Scott Haney did amazing work on that. That definitely belongs in there so that everybody knows what everybody else is using. Luckily, we were able to recycle frequencies, so it's not that many frequencies to enter into your radio. But we need to encourage everybody in this plan to say, program these 10 frequencies into your radio, and then you can deploy to other areas and be on their local simplex frequency. So just getting all of that stuff into one document and just daylighting some of that and getting some sunshine to the cryptic stuff that we have, I think is going to go a long ways. So looking for feedback on what should be in a statewide plan. If somebody really wants to try their hand at it, I'll take a volunteer to kind of write the first draft. If somebody wants to try that, but just realizing that there's a vacuum there that we need to fill in terms of a statewide plan of how we're going to operate beyond your local level. Definitely encourage you to have a local comms plan, and that's a whole other thing. If you need a template, I can definitely relay what I have on Story County. We've got a website. It's on the download section. Our plan for how we're going to activate is there, and some other people have found that and use that as source material. Plagiarism is the best form of flattery, so you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Just change the counties. Otherwise, we're going to know where you stole it from.
That's what we did. We took St. Louis's
Skywarn Radio Operations Manual and scratched out St. Louis and wrote in Lynn County. Yeah. Right. Somebody else did all the work. We can just, borrow it. Clint, I just emailed you 2 files. I've written a 217 for District 6 that includes a bunch of HF stuff for Iowa and then surrounding states as well. I was up in Minnesota for a while, and they're I don't know what they're doing for ARES up there, but it seems like it's not much. I couldn't find barely any information. So I would encourage whatever we publish to, get it disseminated. There shouldn't be any top secret documents that just, if we're going to expect people to do something, then the information needs to be out there so that they can do it. Like all my net scripts are published, so anybody can see them, because a previous EC, all that was top secret and not to be shared with anybody. I'm like, what are you talking about? And yeah.
So I definitely think we need to spread that. We'll put it on groups.io. We can use the file section there. But I also think some of this belongs on a public-facing website. And I know Barry, a year ago, we had a discussion about getting you some help with a webmaster to sort of build out an ARES page and have a lot of resources and put the list of ECs for the whole state. I don't remember who had volunteered for that, but we would. I would love to have somebody help Barry build out an ARES website for the state. So if you're a web developer, please think about volunteering your time.
I'm not volunteering for that.
Oh, I was like, wow.
No.
Yeah.
Could you touch a little bit on when you say a statewide communication plan, what exactly is it you're looking for? A lot of new folks here at UEC.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of it can be what we want it to be. I think it's got the high level, the State Emergency Operations Center is going to be monitoring these frequencies, these types of radios, and have some of that documented so that at a county level you can know how to make that connection. I also think that it's sort of setting some best practices for a county to say, oh, this is how I should operate at a county level based off the state plan. Or even, we have a cross the border, it hits a derecho and it runs across the state. How can we coordinate across the state to pass information? And maybe it has a function of, we need to get information from Cedar Rapids all the way back to Des Moines, and all the repeaters are down, or there's no internet, but the repeaters are up. Maybe we need to start building in official relay stations so that we have a option to do hop to hop to hop and pass messages that way. Or how do we do the HF stuff? Who's running the HF nets if we're going to do NVIS nets and use that method? I haven't mentioned it here, but I think I've mentioned it previously that the state EOC does not have really any HF capabilities in the amateur side. I did make a POTA contact one day out there, so the radio does work, but the radio runs about S9 plus 10 at the stat base noise level, and that's just the floor. And so you're not over 10 on your signal. I don't hear anything on the HF side. It's in the building, it's in the secure squirrel area that they're not going to let us touch. So we're not going to, many people have tried, and we're not going to solve the HF noise problem at that facility.
So the facility is basically going to be a last mile hop from someplace else.
That's the plan. Either I've talked about, we were going to try with your exercise and then it snowed, to do a Sky Command system off my truck and run HF from the parking lot and VHF into the building. Or Chuck Broodkol, who, if you know, WA0RY, lives in Sheldall and is the communications manager for Civil Air Patrol. Director.
He's the director of communications.
Director of communications nationally for Civil Air Patrol. And so that guy's on 4 nets a day at least, and he's offered to serve as an HF relay because he's simplex range to the state EOC from where he is. So we've got that as a backup. That's one option. We need to build more of those to do that HF to VHF relay in Eric.
So for field day, we're going to be doing from Lynn County EOC a 1F station. One of our ideas for goals was to make contact with other EOCs in the state, and then, you know, where the Red Cross Omaha office is and whoever else. Are there any other EOCs around doing field day that we can look for? And
I know at Story we tried that, and we would get, I would say, to sort of pseudo-activate, reactivate the Red Cross. If you look at the rules, it basically says they need a staff person there for the 24 hours.
Yeah.
And that's a big ask from a certain agency. And so that's why it's really hard to do a Class F station. But I think a simulated emergency test for an hour or two is a much more reasonable way to attempt to make those connections.
If even, you know, your liaison station was active during field day.
Yeah.
So at least we could get close. But
the problem with that is that field day is such a beast on its own.
Yeah.
To try to tack on one more thing, it's a tough day. You know, but I commend you for trying it. You know, since you're going to be there. Right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know what the answer to your question is, Paul, and what the communications plan is, because we haven't written it yet. But you kind of see some of my thoughts on what it could be. Is just a guideline of where we're going to meet, when we're going to meet, how we're going to activate. You know, it's not just a 217, but there will most definitely be a 217 attached to say, here is the communications resource list for what we're going to have, so that you can then build a 205 off of that.
I'm understanding this way. What it kind of sounds like is that you're looking at, okay, most everybody wants to try and talk to the state EOC. That needs to be at the center point, and then radiating out from that is what I'm kind of getting an idea of.
That's definitely a component.
But it's more than that. It also includes, as Clint noted, the local VHF plans. What simplex frequencies are allocated to each county? What resources are available? You know, all of that becomes part of that communications plan.
Local plans get melded into that then, right?
Not necessarily.
Yeah, I think there's a local, you know, I want to know what maybe it includes your primary ARES repeater for Pot County and your simplex frequency that you're primarily using. That's probably included in here, so that if I get a call that says, hey, can you go help Pot County, I know what likely I'm going to need to throw into my radio before I take off. You know, or maybe I pre-program that into my mobiles, because I can put 1,000 channels in. And so that's sort of the stuff that I think we want to do, so that I don't need to know you know where you're going to meet for your pre-deployment stuff, but to know what channels you're going to use. I think that goes in for every county that has something to contribute to that. So it's all documented in one place, so that it's easier for people to kind of provide mutual aid. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Moving along. The last component that I have is, what time is it? Yeah, we're doing all right on time. What's on your mind? I just want to open the floor. Try to keep it as positive as you can. You know, we don't want everybody to leave on a down note. Then we're not going to throw any fruit. But, you know, I kind of want to have I love the discussion. I love hearing your guys' thoughts. It reinvigorates us to hear other people excited about what they're doing, what questions you have. So this section was sort of what's on your mind, and I'm going to have Paul sort of take over this one and just kind of make it what you will. They're done hearing me talk for a bit.
They're done hearing you talk, whatever. No, I think the big idea here is we're all leaders in the state here. What's going well? What needs to change? What do we need to reinforce? What do we need to do different as more senior leaders within the organization? Are we headed the right direction? And again, Clint stepped down, so throw the fruit at me. I'm good with it. But that's really the conversation. So jump out, Who goes first? Eric.
Somebody,
and I'm jotting notes here. So.
Somebody put a microphone over here, and I'm making use of it. First, I've got a comment from one of my AECs. For the set, include testing at different power levels.
Say that again.
For a future set.
Yeah.
Let's include testing at different power levels. QRP versus California kilowatt. But my comment was going to be I'd like to see some, cross-boundary collaboration encouraged from the top down to, I know who my neighboring EOC is in Jones County, and I think I know who it is in Johnson County. And Benton County doesn't have an ARES group because they irritated their emergency management and they threw them all out. We need some mutual aid kind of training, exercises, whatever, just to cross those boundaries, because the weather doesn't care where the county line is. And this happened, 2 days ago? We had a Skywarn net, and the Jones County repeater started flaking out, and I was able to hear somebody reporting, and I could forward it to the National Weather Service. That's just the kind of thing we need to, spread the knowledge and the awareness around.
So I jotted down cross-boundary engagement. How do we encourage that from a section level, particularly interoperability with neighboring counties?
Yeah.
That's a good summary. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, let me do that. I took that as set, so yeah.
I said it first because I didn't want to forget. Yeah.
Who else has got thoughts?
If I could expand on that,
So I had a question from one of our members in our group. Is the Central Iowa ARES net is not necessarily coordinated by anybody. Who was it? Robert Ray, who is a Silent Key now. He used to coordinate that. As far as any nets around the state that are maybe losing their leadership, do we need to kind of look at what we're missing out there? Because nobody really owns that. We just happen to be using a repeater that somebody willingly put up for us to use, and it works, but I don't know how prevalent that is throughout the state.
So is that net still occurring then?
Yes, yeah, Rich Rogers has kind of been coordinating it,
Okay.
but he's only kind of really in the interim. He's not. He wanted me to ask, is there somebody that is going to kind of follow through with that for the future, or what's the status of where that's going, if anybody knows?
Do you have an MOU for use of that repeater?
I don't know really much about that.
Yeah. So everyone knew there was an MOU for Lynn County ARES to use the CMARC repeaters, but nobody could find it. So we wrote a different one. We wrote a new one, but that can kind of help with continuity, and if you're using a club's repeater, just formalize the permission to do it. We're going to run a net on this day at this at this time for this purpose. I'd also like to maybe see a state ARES list of nets, because right now they're kind of on.
That was going to be my next question.
Various club websites that were last updated in 1996. It's hard finding information.
It's not a club.
Yeah, that repeater is a privately owned repeater, so it's not even a club repeater. So, yeah.
What repeater is that on?
The 610 Grimes repeater.
My initial thought would be maybe we can reach out to Dan. I got him. Just reach out to Dan as the District 1 EC and see what his thoughts are. If he wants to try to help coordinate that at the district level. Because if it's going to truly be a central Iowa net,
then from my observation, it's mainly a Polk County, it's a second Polk County ARES net, it just happens on a different night with a different name. And if we really want it to be a regional net, then I think it needs to be looked at.
Yeah, and with that repeater and some other repeaters, they're far reaching, so they could be beneficial if we maybe talked about it some more.
Yeah. Yep. Jason?
I was going to mention when Eric was talking about the list of nets and gathering that information. I don't know, what was it, a couple months ago, I kind of threw out that I was going to start working on it. It's been a slow process. In the groups IO, there is a little bit of a database section. It's pretty simple, but I'm going to work on trying to get some forms filled. But some of the input that I need help with is what information do we want to gather about those nets? Time, net manager, frequencies, so that we can build those forms correctly the first time versus gathering a bunch of wrong data that we have to edit in mass later. So maybe I'll put out a post on the groups IO for everybody to kind of comment back a little bit, get some feedback. Because we were looking at gathering the EC lists, the nets, repeaters for ARES, as well as digging into things like the deployable units that everybody has access to that, you know, just internal to us, not necessarily a state resource. Various other things, plus then your membership varies so that we know, you know, where we're at, and that's where the task book stuff will eventually probably tie into as we start electronically logging that potentially. So that's all together in one spot that we can look up. Some of that stuff's gonna have some, I'll call it sensitive data, but it's stuff that it won't be published completely because we're gonna wanna have contact info for people, but we're obviously not gonna wanna publish that in the greater web. So there will be some restrictions on what's shared around with everybody. But for the most part, we'll be able to get that list if you needed it, you need your neighboring counties list because they're MIA for whatever reason, so you need to reach out to other folks. But that's one of the things that we're kind of working on is a to-do list kind of item, is gathering that information, so.
I think that would be a good kickoff point to then build a website, right? With that data.
Yeah.
Yeah, we house the master list and then we peel off the public available stuff, and that's what goes on the web.
Good stuff. Who's next?
I think there's a posting on groups or an email or something went around here like about a month or so ago. Somebody was looking for repeater locations. They were going to plot them on a Google map or something. Was that part of this group or was that somebody else?
I'm actually working on a map for Google Earth.
Okay.
It's got the breakdown of all the counties and the districts in Iowa, along with ARES repeaters in those locations, WinLink nodes, APRS digipeaters. I've been working on that file and I'm posting it online so anybody who wants to use it can just link to it. That way, anytime I save that file with something new added, next time you bring up Google Earth, it's already on your computer. I need information to add to that. I think someone from, was that you that sent me a bunch of stuff from Potawatomi?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got all that information in there. As Jason said, though, we need to know what kind of information we need to include. And that's a decision that we have to make before we can really start dumping data into this. You know, do we need to know information on ARES repeaters only or any repeater in the area? Do we need to know which ones have backup power, which ones have regularly scheduled ARES nets? Once we decide what information we need, then we can really start putting the call out. And I've already started on that list. I kind of jumped the gun on it. I do that, it happens. But once we figure out exactly what we need, we can really put the word out, and it should be no problem for ECs to say, hey, I've got this repeater in my county, add it to your map, and I'll say, sure. So yeah, I'm working on that project. We just have to decide what to put on
me just jot that real quick so I can summarize. All right, who's next?
I had a question about fundraising and the grants that y'all were able to secure. My question is, where do y'all find grants and who writes your grants, and is there a resource for writing effective grants for like educational purposes? So for instance, if you wanted to like do the monthly meetings that talk about the task book, or do like the scenarios where like somebody had like a bunch of radios for use, but you wanted to do it in like a classroom sort of setting, what sort of resources would you suggest? Because I'm mostly thinking about the possibility of doing like education and outreach in places that would be considered having like boundaries to even doing things like buying equipment or fueling their hobby through financial resources.
Yeah, great questions. I can speak to some of that just because of experience that I've got being on boards of nonprofits and some involvement with understanding a little bit on the grant side of things. So first, we don't have any sort of grant writing at a statewide level. All of that has really been at the county level, and the challenge is ensuring that you've got an entity that is likely to be able to receive funds from a funding source. So typically that's going to have to be a 501 of some sort. Obviously C3 most common, but there are others out there. There are opportunities that you can work with your local EMA. They have relationships perhaps within the communities where they're able to have the donations sent to an umbrella type organization. United Way does a great job of that. That United Way receives the funding. They meet the nonprofit standard requirements there, and then they're responsible for appropriate disbursement and overseeing that grant writing that granting that funding that's there. As far as resources that are available, there are a lot of online resources here within the state. Iowa State Extension actually has a nonprofit educational mission that includes grant writing. They conduct both online training, which I have attended, as well as in-person training, which I've not attended. There are costs associated with that, but they're fairly reasonable. They will walk you through the basics of what grant writing is, the sort of organizations that get funding, what that looks like, how to write grants that are likely to be funded. But at its core, really, you need an organization that's able to accept that funding and has the accountability in place for that. I believe you're in the Des Moines area. DMRAA is a 501c3, so they would potentially be able to partner with you if you've got a specific mission in mind. And obviously Jason there is Vice President, I think I heard. So he would be a great resource to help with that. Other counties, you would need to partner with an organization or pursue 501 certification, just because there are very few funding sources that are going to donate to an organization that's not an IRS nonprofit or IRS recognized nonprofit. So hopefully that answered your question. Clint.
It was in Altoona. They offered a grant writing 101 work, and then they had a workshop where you could actually get like one-on-one mentoring. And so they did charge for that, but it was reasonable. And so I think their director is also on my board at work, and I talked to him yesterday, and I think it went well, and I think they're planning on doing that again. So that'd be probably the first list I would get on is find out if ISU Extension is going to do another version of that out of Polk County office.
And if you're looking for organizations that do fund in the state of Iowa, the University of Iowa has a list on their website of foundations and organizations specific to Iowa that are known to provide funding, as well as generally the categories that they tend to fund. So,
yeah. Otherwise, how we funded some of our projects was Homeland Security money, and that's dried up right now. Current administration's frozen all of that funding that's coming to the states, and so county EMAs are really struggling to cover their own expenses. So they're sure not going to be interested in helping us with a grant. But the ARRL has a grant wing that they provide grants, and then the
ARDC.
That stands for?
Amateur Radio Digital something. Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's the group that sold all the IP
44net
addresses.
IPs.
And so they have a war chest, and they grant people for typically education or digital type things. So that would be a potential.
And
if
I will
you're
say,
interested in that, I would encourage you to, think big, work with partners, so that if we're going to make an ask, let's make sure we make the right ask, and we don't ask for something in Iowa that we could have asked for a much bigger and better project, because you were the first one to ask. They've said, oh, we covered Iowa, let's move on. So, coordinate some of that if you do get into it.
and I will say that with few exceptions, ARDC requires it to be a 501 or international equivalent of such, because they do also grant internationally. So ARRL oversaw some of that ARDC granted through an umbrella organization, who then granted, basically on their behalf to other organizations that maybe were not 501s. But again, getting into that same thing, just recognize that that's probably the first challenge, is making sure that you've got an organization that can receive that grant money as they're going to expect it to.
If you don't know, ARES does not control our own nonprofit. We fall under the ARRL, and they're not going to allow us to apply for a grant using their nonprofit number. So it will have to be another partner organization other than ARES.
Good question and discussion. Who's next?
I just wanted to bring up the Lamoni group, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about this, but they have the Phoenix Project. Is anybody aware of that, where they do a communications from one end to the other?
I was thinking of MacGyver. Wasn't that the Phoenix Corporation?
Yeah.
I think that's where they got the name.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody can elaborate on that. I'm very slightly aware of it.
What I know about it is they've got it's almost a set of sorts, if you will. They start at one end, they initiate a message, and they play a game of telephone via simplex and hope it comes out the other end.
And on simplex, just a 3-word message, and it starts in southern Iowa, I believe, and it works. They try to work their way north and east, try to work their way around the state, and it ends up like in Missouri or something. It's all in simplex. So
VHF?
yeah. It relay is a big part of that. So, so if somebody hears it and somebody doesn't, it's important to relay the traffic. So,
good exercise.
I think that's really interesting to have either them put that information into the groups.io, find somebody who's willing to post that in there, and let us know when that's happening. We can play along. And I think that's a potential
May 16th.
potential topic for a monthly meeting call on themes of having them talk about how they come up with the idea and how it works and their success. And I think we're going to get a lot out of that from our group. So.
Yeah, I'll reach out to John, AA0OS. He's the one that's been talking about it. I think he's part of the group that does that, and I'll bring that up in this discussion with him.
A quick question. As far as nets go, is anyone doing VHF or UHF simplex nets? Yeah. Jones County started it, years ago? And Lynn County's been doing it for a few years. After our Sunday repeater net, then we have a simplex net. That might be something to work on too, because when your repeater flakes out during the thunderstorm, like it just did, the guys in Jones County knew how to operate simplex, and that's a skill not everybody has.
I get whether it's Mitch or if it's Jason. I get email messages that basically after the regular net, they jump over and do simplex.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a great opportunity to exercise those capabilities.
Yeah, it'll pump up the numbers on your Form 2 also.
Yeah, that's what we do. We actually run the repeater net, and then as soon as we're wrapped up there, we go to the simplex. But I'm going to tell you, we cheat a little bit. We use 5.2. So now, in summer, that's really fun because we have had check-ins from Minnesota, Wisconsin, all over the place. And it's nice because there's people that didn't even know there was nets or any other hands. So, I'm never bothering anybody. I've never gotten anybody grumbling. Now, in a big town, you're going to have some issues with that. But most everywhere else, if you're out in the middle of nowhere like we are, it works okay.
On using 5.2, did you have any pushback from that? The reason I ask is we did one of our weekly ARES tests on simplex, and I was kind of announcing it throughout the area to other nets. Join in if you hear us on 5.2, jump in, and did get some people that's like, well, that's a calling frequency, you can't do a net on that. I was like, well, watch, hold my beer. Have you had that happen at all with us? Nope.
Yeah, that is cheating. We just use our assigned county frequency, but I like the 5.2 idea.
And exactly that happened is we had people that did join in on that normally do not. So
there's potential for a hybrid where you go on 5.2 and solicit and say we're having the net over here on a different simplex frequency. And so you kind of catch both potentially. Ready for Justin, your call.
One sec.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Justin.
So we do in Sarasota County our ARES net every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and the first Wednesday of every month is simplex on our primary simplex frequency, which is that on the chart it's 14757 for us, and it's gotten fairly popular. It took a few months for it to gain traction, but doing it just consistently, the first Wednesday every month, everybody knows. And then I've been down here in Grimes the third week of every month for the last few months for class, just for work. And so that's become an HF just NVIS net, which has been kind of fun, but that won't be consistent. That's just been kind of interesting. But so it's just first Wednesday every month is simplex, otherwise we're on our primary repeater usually. And just to brag on my team a little bit, this was last summer. We were doing a public service event, and our repeater was, it went missing. We're not going to go any deeper into what actually happened, but in the middle of the event, it grew legs and walked away. We'll leave it at that. And the rest of my team was smart enough to move over to the simplex frequency. It failed. According to our SOP, we go to a simplex, and they were all there waiting for me when I finally realized that the repeater wasn't responding to me talking anymore. So I didn't notice, but everyone else was there, so I was proud of that. But I just wanted to share that, I guess.
control at the repeater.
Yeah, that's about what we needed to do. And be armed while you're there.
Thanks, Justin. How long do you want me to go? I mean, I can lock the door and hold him here until.
No, I don't need, we'll be out at 3. I don't have much for closing comments.
Okay. No, I was just wondering how hard I need to browbeat people to provide feedback. So. Going once, going twice. One more.
Coming at you, Eric.
I just wanted to share the hillbilly hike that we do every fall. I think it's 1st of November in Warren County. We have to always assume that nothing is working and everything is working. We had a guy from Bangladesh got on our Echo Link and was kind of getting in the way of the net, and we had a communication or a language barrier. Net control could not get him to disconnect, so we had to. Well, luckily, Brad had the ability to remotely shut it off, but we just have to assume that everything is working, even when you're doing those real exercises. So just a tidbit there.
I'm just giving out cards here so that, if somebody wants to gripe, they can find me. It's not like I don't already get those. But I appreciate everybody coming today. I really do. I think this is great. And honestly, you almost got to do it more often.
I don't have anything to gripe about, but I'll make something up.
Yeah. That's what some of them sound like. I get emails about that damn FTA.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Somebody said the word Form 2, and it clicked in my head. I should probably show you guys that report. So you want to share? Well, I logged in as myself. I was going to do my monthly report. So, did I get my password wrong? Yes. Come on. Stand by. I'm going to try to get logged in here. Oh, man. Two-factor authentication coming.
You need help identifying the motorcycle?
Stoplights.
How many are buses?
Yeah.
Crosswalk.
Yeah. Is the ARRL going to let me on? Okay. Yep. I got onto the website. So, the ECs get to fill out a monthly report. I haven't been hounding you guys about that. I'm not going to shame anybody if you didn't know you were supposed to be doing a monthly report. But I figured I'd take the opportunity to let you know how this works. So the website is ares.arrl.org. So it's the regular ARRL website. You just add ARES dot in front of it, and it will let you log in, and you get this field report page. And Jason's going to put her back up.
Try to.
So I thought I would just do a quick demo of how that looks. So this is what you get when you log in. I'll just use this. You won't have submit form 4, that's just me, but you gotta.
It really does not want to have to.
No, it does not. And this may be a pie in the sky idea. We may have to do this another time if it's not playing nice. Oh, I can just do it off of that. I think I can fumble my way through. Is that what's getting streamed online then? Okay. So anyway, you get this and you submit form 2, and you get really good with using the 0 key. If you've not done this before, total number of ARES members, and I think it's gonna. Oh, this isn't my computer, so I think it's 46 is what I've been using. Once you enter a number, it'll just suggest that. So then you just punch down through here. Net sessions held 0. NTS 0. Oops, participants in that. Yeah. So then you can put activity details, and I'm not going to submit this. So then here's where you have exercises in the month, training events in the month, public service events in the month, and they want to know number of activities and number of participants. Right? Is that what that says? Oh, is it hours?
Man hours.
Okay, the brightness is throwing me. Something that came up, I just want to point out on box 4, what it says number of ARES members. That is people who are registered ARES members. We don't want the number of check-ins to the net. That's not what that's, you can't count everybody that checks into your net as a member. So yeah, you can't leave any blanks. You got to fill out 8 through 15 with all zeros if you don't have anything or some sort of number. And then either activity details on the nets and stuff up above, or just any other comments if you've been doing training. List that out. If you're helping with a marathon, you can put that in that box, and that all gets sent off to me. And then I pull up my form 4, and it's just all there. I can sort of tweak the numbers, and then I submit it as a report. So it's really a clean system that in the past, we used to email this to our district. The district compiled it and sent it to the state. The state had to compile it and send it to headquarters, and it was a really awkward process. And this is just super simple for me to just take it and say, yep, all that looks good, and just package it up and off it goes. Barry.
So I have the privilege of a monthly section manager's Zoom call, and one of the things that's been brought up from headquarters is that they really do like this. They really do want this, and in fact, I expected before now to have with Year of the Clubs, they would like clubs to submit not only net participation, but how many people showed up at the meeting, if you did a POTA, all activity. What they want to do is add up all of this stuff for the whole country. And then when they have to go to the FCC, they want to have a piece of paper and said, look, we did 1 million hours of activities in the last month. Because if you listen to any of the bands on a VHF, it's quiet. And so they're really doing something with all these things. It's not just for some footnote in QST. They really want to use it and add all those numbers up. Yes?
So I have a question about like the POTAs and stuff like that. How do you put that into the form?
It would not go here.
It would not go, yeah.
Yep.
You can send it to me. Honestly, I have no mechanism for collecting all that, but I will also say, send me pictures. If you can have a paragraph and a picture, I'll submit those to QST every time. That's exactly what they're looking for, and put young people in the picture. we got plenty of pictures of old guys. We need pictures of young people.
I was just going to say you need a release.
Oh yes, that's true. If they're minors.
Yeah.
Doing public service stuff that's not ARES. Here it is. FSD 157, Public Service Activity Report. ARR website impossible to find anything. I mean, that's my biggest gripe. You put stuff in the search field and then who
And
knows
part
what
of
you
the
get.
problem with,
But this form is like check a box, communications emergency, it was an alert, a special exercise, a test or a drill, describe the activity. It's kind of like a form 2 for like the marathon that was last week or whatever. Start date and time, the duration of the event, number of repeaters, estimated manpower cost, estimated cost of all the equipment, so you can.
Yeah, there's resources, there's that form, that 157 that's available to report some of that. It's not going on your, if it's your club doing it, it doesn't belong on the ARES report, but they still want to know. And so I think that the 157 might be a good option, and they may have another method. It sounds like maybe they're going to develop something more robust. If they actually care about it, they should figure out a way to solicit and easily submit that stuff. There's a form on there. If you have a set, they want you to send in a set report. There's an annual report that we're supposed to file. I have not been a good SEC and really push you guys on all the reporting stuff. I'm really most concerned with where the rubber meets the road and getting stuff done, but we need to value the contribution at the national level of fighting for our frequencies, because if we don't have the frequencies, we're not doing a whole lot of anything. So I need to.
I'll say if they make it easy for us to do the reports, people will do the reports.
I have had numerous comments about the ARL homepage, and I brought it up, and it's a sore subject with headquarters, it's a sore subject with the board of directors. And the problem really is, nobody can decide what they really want the homepage to look like. And apparently the existing one was done by a volunteer, who's no longer volunteering. And it's kind of the gridlock you expect of a government. So I don't know how to get out of that.
Yeah. Well, more to come on reporting and such, but I thought we were here, I'd bring that up and show that off. So, as for my closing comments, I really appreciate everyone's time and commitment. This is where things are happening. If you feel strongly about emergency communications, coming to these meetings, participating, working on projects and sharing with others is how we're all going to benefit. Staying at home and shouting at the clouds is not going to get us anywhere. So really appreciate your time coming. You know how to get a hold of me and give me feedback. I do my best. It is a volunteer position, and so I try to balance that with the rest of my other activities in life. So do give me some grace, but also hold me accountable if I don't stand up to what you guys need. With that, any other final comments before we shut her down? Yeah, we can. If anybody has task book like certificates or something we need to look at, we can get those glanced at and signed off. Let me know. Otherwise, yeah, thank you for coming. Everyone drive safe.